Okay, welcome to part 2 for the Artemis 2 coverage. We're ending flight day 1 now, so I'm just gonna put the views from Orion up here, and I'm gonna go catch some sleep. I will see you guys in about 6 hours, give or take. Dude, I actually have some trepidations about just leaving the stream unattended for 5 hours. That's I mean, I'll just be in the next room, so that's not that big of a deal. But yeah, I'll see you guys at about 6:30. It's 1 o'clock. It's 1 a.m. right now, so 6:30. So yeah, we got five and a half hours. So you'll keep an eye on it, AP. You have trust issues, so do we. All right, guys. Stand by for loss of signal from EJSA control. I will be back at 6:30 a.m. I'll see you then. Thanks for watching. Enjoy the views.
Integrity, Houston, maneuver in progress, 5 minutes. And Integrity, Houston, for the enabled SM, RCS prop cautions, those are again understood with the maneuver, and we are working to suppress the ones that are enabled.
Sounds good, Amy. We copy all. Now over 6.5 hours mission elapsed time, or time since the Artemis II mission began, with liftoff of Orion atop the Space Launch System rocket at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Since then, the crew has seen the Perigee raise maneuver and apogee raise burn before moving into the proximity operations demo. They detached from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage and then used that stage as a docking target. Of course, we did not dock today, but this was great practice for us to understand how it feels to manually fly Orion. So pilot Victor Glover was manually controlling the spacecraft in relation to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. We also saw CubeSat deployment. Eventually, we had the USS-2 burn, the upper stage separation burn that took us away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, and the ICPS itself had its own disposal burn. The crew is now working through some cabin configuration. Once their cabin configuration is complete, they will have their private medical conferences to report how they're feeling down to teams here on the ground. They'll get into their chance to sleep a little bit before the Perigee raise burn in the middle of their sleep shift. Once that burn is complete, we will then get another sleep shift for Orion. That Perigee raise burn is to raise the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth right now. It is in a high Earth orbit. And that Perigee raise burn will set us up for the translunar injection burn tomorrow. Translunar injection is the burn that we need to send us around the moon and is also our deorbit burn.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Integrity Houston, no action on the enabled caution again, and I have a couple of items for you whenever you're ready.
Okay, Houston, we're ready. Go ahead.
Okay, first off, to address the cabin environment, we're going to command cabin fan speed lower from the ground.
Thank you.
Two more things. Also, you probably already have, but your go to set cockpit and cabin lighting as well as DU brightness per your preference. We are well out of the eclipse.
You're right, we have. Thank you.
I figured you might have. And we're also at that time where we're ready for you to do the CCU dump, and I have a procedure when you're ready to copy.
Stand by on that one.
Standing by.
Okay, Houston, we are ready to copy the CCU dump procedure.
Okay, it is 26.2.201 CCU dump, and step 1.1 is complete for configuring heaters. We've done that from the ground.
Okay, Houston, we copy. Thank you.
And as an additional, once you get there, there's a check step in step 5.1 for confirming heaters reach set point. They are there, so you're good to continue once you get there.
Okay, we copy your 1.1 and 5.1. Thanks.
Capcom Amy Dill has been communicating with the crew aboard Orion, letting them know they will be able to turn down the fan inside the spacecraft, and is also going to work with them on how to empty the CCU. That's the collapsible contingency urinal. As you heard earlier, the crew had some time troubleshooting the toilet. That has since been resolved, and they are now able to empty and process what was used before they used the toilet.
Houston, integrity. Question on CCU dump. Also a status. The O2 N2 med checkout activity is complete.
Copy status, ready for question.
Yes, the CUD-1 ECFA was not installed yet. I have located it. Am I go to remove all of the packaging around the connectors and go ahead and connect it to CUD-1, or is there a procedure I should be referred to for that?
And Christina, you are go to remove all the packaging and to connect ECFA to CUD-1.
Copy all.
Integrity Houston for upcoming conference.
Go ahead for upcoming conference.
Whenever you're ready, we can privatize Orion to Earth 2.
This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to monitor the flight of Orion on the Artemis 2 mission, first flight of humans aboard the spacecraft. Orion is now over 32,000 miles from Earth since launching 6 hours and 48 minutes ago. Again, we're looking at an approximately 10-day mission. The crew will soon be stepping into their private medical conferences. These are scheduled to allow the crew time to report down to the ground on how they are feeling during the mission. Once the crew completes their private medical conferences, they will be able to start winding down, and they will have a chance to take a nap essentially before waking up for their Perigee raise burn monitoring operations. Once Perigee raise burn is complete, and again, Perigee raise burn is to lift the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth, and we are in a high Earth orbit. Once Perigee raise burn is complete, we will have the crew go back to sleep for another several hours before they wake up tomorrow at about 2100 MET, actually about 2000 MET, which is around 1:15 p.m. Houston time, Central Time. It'll be a busy day for the crew tomorrow. They will have their first full day inside the spacecraft. They'll have the opportunity to talk about the vehicle status with the crew in Mission Control Houston. They will also begin exercising. And again, with that private medical conference coming up, we do take the action to privatize the loops so the crew can share however they are feeling with teams here on the ground below, and their health and medical status is protected. The main thing on their timeline tomorrow will be the translunar injection burn. This is the burn that will commit us to flying around the moon, leaving high Earth orbit, and eventually returning back home to Earth after swinging around the moon.
Integrity Houston, Orion to Earth 2 is privatized for your conference.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Houston, integrity on Orion Earth 1.
Houston's here.
You can go ahead and normalize Orion Earth 2, and then Reed is going to have a PCD question. I'm having a little bit of network issues. I need some troubleshooting assistance.
Copy, we will normalize.
Teams here in Mission Control Houston are normalizing the flight loop for Orion to communicate back with the Artemis Mission Control Room. They were able to privatize that flight loop and allow the crew to discuss with flight doctors how they feel after today's launch and events. We plan these private medical conferences throughout the mission for them to report down how they're feeling.
Integrity Houston, we are ready for your PCD questions whenever you are.
Okay, Amy, this is just on PCD1, logged in users, CDR. When I am trying to open Optimus, I am getting an error. Let me open it and try to read the error I'm getting.
We copy so far.
So I get a screen that says, "Welcome to Optimus tablet," with an exclamation point, and it says, "We need to gather some basic information to get you started," and it's got 3 questions. But then laying on top of that, about 1/5 of the size of the PCD, is a pop-up window that says, "Network error. Operating system is reporting access to internet as unavailable. Check to see if device has network capabilities enabled."
We copy, and we are chatting.
Copy. Troubleshooting steps I have tried is I've tried running the network config to Wi-Fi, and I have also tried a shutdown reboot, but I'm open to trying those things again.
Copy your troubleshooting so far.
That's NASA astronaut and Commander Reed Wiseman calling down about some issues he's having with his portable computing device, or PCD. Those are the tablets that the crew often uses. He's looking to access one of our networks that we use for timeline planning called Optimus. Teams here on the ground are helping him troubleshoot that.
Stowage question when you have a second.
Ready for stowage question.
As we are working on the Eclipse wall, we need new, fresh comfort garment stowage location for Christina and Jeremy. We're having a little bit of trouble finding their new comfort garments because we're going to stow them with the suits.
Copy. We will look that up and get back to you when we have it. Integrity Houston for comfort garment locations.
Go.
Thermal comfort garments for Christina and Jeremy are in Foxtrot 3 CTB large, labeled med kits with a purple label.
Copy, we're checking it out.
Houston Integrity for CCU dump, step 6.1, requesting that you deactivate the secondary wastewater dump line heaters.
Copy, thanks for the call. We will go ahead and leave those on for your awareness.
Copy.
Integrity Houston for Read PCD troubleshooting.
Go ahead, Amy.
Okay, Reed, we suspect the issue with your PCD may be Optimus software. We were able to connect to PCD1 on, we can see it on the network, so with your go, we can remote in and take a look directly.
Yeah, go for it. And then I also see that I have 2 Microsoft Outlooks, and neither one of those are working. If you want to remote in and check Optimus on those 2 Outlooks, that would be awesome.
All right, we will join in on your PCD and we'll let you know when we're done. Integrity Houston, for your awareness, we have increased the ping timeout to 2 hours, 51 minutes to encompass the KUS PDL Compass.
Okay, Amy, we are pretty knee-deep in cabin config. Just confirm we are not expecting a forward or return link LOS for the next little bit.
Correct.
Coming up on 7 hours and 15 minutes since launch today. Orion now over 33,000 miles from Earth. Our 4 crew members aboard getting settled in to the spacecraft. Most recently, Commander Reed Wiseman calling down.
Integrity, Houston, 1 minute to DTE handover.
Most recently, Commander Reed Wiseman calling down to discuss his portable computing device and making sure they can get it connected to the network. The crew is getting into the end of their day, a very long day for our astronauts. They are officially in their pre-sleep period, working through that checklist, and will soon be moving into the sleep portion of their day. They're only going to get about 4 hours of sleep before they need to wake up and monitor the Perigee raise maneuver burn. That Perigee raise burn will lift the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth. And again, we are in a high Earth orbit, a little bit different than what we're used to aboard the International Space Station in a low Earth orbit. At any time, the International Space Station flies about 250 statute miles over the planet, and obviously we are now over 33,000 miles away from our home planet. That Perigee raise burn will set Orion up in its proper positioning ahead of the translunar injection burn tomorrow, one of the major milestones on the crew's timeline tomorrow. And that translunar injection burn will be what sends us to the moon and also commits us to coming home. Once the Perigee raise burn is complete tonight, that'll be around 6:15 a.m. Houston time. The crew will get to go back to sleep for almost 5 more hours before they wake up. So they will get a total night's sleep, just divided because of that Perigee raise burn. This evening, after completing the proximity operations demonstration, the crew has been working in the cabin to stow everything that they've been using so far and configure it for the rest of the mission. Tomorrow, they'll have time for space adaptation, helping them get used to the microgravity environment. They all have a midday meal scheduled at the same time. Of course, again, they will monitor those burn operations and conduct some exercise.
Integrity Houston, comm check on DTE pass.
Houston, we have you loud and clear, Alice.
Loud and clear.
Excellent. We're just going to continue running through cabin config.
We copy.
And Amy, I got a stowage note for you. We stowed our used comfort garments in Ziploc bags in the F4 locker, in the off-nominal waste management system comfort garment bag, which was empty.
We copy.
7 hours, 26 minutes since the launch of Orion atop the Space Launch System rocket for the Artemis II mission. Our 4 astronauts now over 34,000 miles away from Earth. Throughout the mission, astronaut voices, images, video, and vital mission data
Right, RHC.
Houston's here. Say again.
For the right RHC, C2 RHC, is there any way you all can open the RPC for that and save us the commanding?
Checking.
Commander Reed Wiseman calling down about the rotational hand controller that was used earlier during the proximity operations demonstration. And again, those communications and data throughout the mission has to travel thousands of miles and is carried on signals from NASA's powerful communications systems, including the Near Space Network and the Deep Space Network. Let's learn a little bit more about those.
NASA's Artemis II will send 4 astronauts around the moon, preparing humanity for a long-term lunar presence and future journeys to Mars. Enabling communication and navigation for this test flight are NASA's Near Space Network and Deep Space Network. With antennas around the world and a fleet of relay satellites, the networks will deliver vital data to and from Earth through all phases of the mission. The networks are seamlessly integrated at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where Mission Control coordinates the network handovers. These transfers represent a delicate dance between the 2 networks, exchanging support as the mission shoots toward the moon. On the launch pad and during their early orbit phases, NASA's Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket will rely on communications and tracking services from the Near Space Network. After its translunar injection burn, the Deep Space Network's global array of antennas will serve as Orion's primary communication support during lunar orbit. As the mission journeys farther into space and away from Earth, signal strength weakens and bandwidth is conserved for crew communications. The astronauts will have a near constant connection to Earth, ensuring their safety on a journey farther into space than ever before. We say near constant because as Orion goes behind the moon, a planned loss in communications will occur. The Deep Space Network will be standing by to reacquire the signal as Orion reappears. The Artemis II mission also provides an opportunity to test new capabilities. Using laser links, NASA will periodically transmit Orion data to showcase the benefits laser communications could have for future human spaceflight missions. The data from Orion, sent by radio signals or laser links, is massive. The mission is gathering images, data, and video, while also generating details about mission health and crew voice files. All of that data gets processed here on Earth, where systems compress it for efficiency. In the future, we'll upgrade these systems on Earth so that image and video clarity improve with each moon mission. With the Artemis II test flight, we're evaluating the communications infrastructure that will help carry us into the future as we explore the moon and journey forward to Mars.
Seven hours, 30 minutes since launch of Orion, and we are on,
And Integrity Houston, affirm we will perform the right RHC RPC open command from the ground.
Okay, Amy, thank you very much. That helps.
That's Capcom Amy Dill down near the bottom of your screen, and to her right, NASA astronaut Raja Chari communicating with commander of this mission, Reed Wiseman, currently aboard Orion. Wiseman initially called out about the rotational hand controller, and Dill confirmed they would activate the RPC, the remote power controller, to alleviate the crew from having to execute that action. as I was discussing, the crew went on the Deep Space Network just before their proximity operations demonstration earlier tonight. They became the first crew in over 50 years to use the Deep Space Network, as we continuously have people in low Earth orbit aboard the International Space Station, and they use a tracking data relay satellite system. Again, we are going to continue to hear fewer calls from the crew as they are now in their pre-sleep portion of their day. During pre-sleep, the crew gets ready to go to bed for the night. That includes everything from hanging up their sleeping bags to stowing any equipment and personal items to make sure they're not floating about the spacecraft. They also eventually, once all of the rest of their checklist is complete, will install some window shades over the windows aboard Orion. They have the option to do so if they choose. They also have the opportunity to put on earplugs and sleep masks. Of course, this is all crew preference. And eventually, last but not least, turn off the cabin lights and get some rest. 7 hours and 40 minutes into the flight of Orion on the Artemis 2 mission. Overall, about a 10-day mission. The crew is winding down their day. It's been a long day for them. They woke up about 8 hours prior to launch, so they're on almost a 16-hour-long day at this point, being that it takes quite a while to get suited up and ready for the mission. After launch, the spacecraft completed the Perigee raise maneuver and then the apogee raise burn before the crew was able to conduct the prox ops demo. That is when pilot Victor Glover manually flew Orion, the first time anyone has done so, and maneuvered it around the ICPS, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, which had just detached from the spacecraft. That demonstration was all to help us prepare for future missions in which Orion will need to dock to a lunar lander and descend to the lunar surface. Following the prox ops demonstration, Orion completed the upper stage separation burn, giving it distance between Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage itself having a disposal burn. Since then, the astronauts have been working about the cabin, stowing their suits that they wore into orbit, configuring the cabin for the rest of the mission, and they also conducted their private medical conferences, speaking with teams here on the ground about how they were feeling after their launch day. They are now in their pre-sleep portion of the day. They're going to get a few hours of sleep before the apogee raise burn, the Perigee raise burn. That'll be at 12:55 MET, so about 6:30 a.m. Houston time, just a little bit before that. That Perigee raise burn will lift the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth. We are in a high Earth orbit, now over 35,000 miles from Earth. 7 hours and 56 minutes into the flight of Orion on the Artemis 2 mission, our 4 astronauts in their pre-sleep period as Orion is in a high Earth orbit. We're spending approximately 24 hours in this high Earth orbit to allow the crew to check out all of the systems aboard the spacecraft before committing to going to the moon in tomorrow's translunar injection burn. This is a test flight, so everything with humans aboard this flight is being tested for the first time. This time in high Earth orbit, that approximately 24 hours, allows us to check all of these systems and make sure that they work properly and that we are comfortable flying humans farther than we've gone in over 50 years.
Houston, integrity for cabin transit config steps.
Houston's with you.
First off, can we get a go for step 7?
Checking.
And what is
Christina, you are go for step 7.
Copy. And I can give you step 8 is complete. Counterbalance pressure is 2,600.
We copy.
NASA astronaut Christina Cook calling down to teams here in Artemis Flight Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. They're continuing to step through some cabin configuration procedures while they're in their pre-sleep period, making sure everything is set up properly before they get some sleep for tonight. On the bottom right of your screen, you see Capcom Amy Dill down toward the left, and up toward the top of that screen is Flight Director Jeff Radigan. It's been just over 8 hours into the flight of Artemis 2. A successful liftoff and ascent for Orion into a high Earth orbit where we find them now, over 36,000 miles away from our home planet.
Houston, integrity in cabin config, step 4 and step 7 are complete.
Copy. Step 4 and 7 complete. And we wanted to let Reed know that we are done remoting into his PCD-1. We were able to resolve the issue with Optimus, and for Outlook, we were able to get it open. It will show offline, which is expected.
Okay, he copies.
Those calls from Capcom to the crew about an issue Commander Reed Wiseman was experiencing earlier with his PCD, his personal computer device, or portable computer device, I should say, which is how he accesses the internet during the flight. One of those things being Optimus, or the timeline for the crew that they use each day, as well as his email. And the teams here on the ground have worked to properly configure that device for his use. As the crew continues their pre-sleep period of today's timeline, some quick facts about Orion. Of course, our 4 crew members are in the crew module, and they have about 60% more cubic volume than Apollo, 60% more. That's about the size of 2 minivans, in total 330 cubic feet habitable volume. When we had a view inside earlier, we did see some of their displays and controls, including the 3 display units that the crew is able to monitor and help command the vehicle with. Earlier, we heard pilot Victor Glover using some of the rotational and translational hand controllers. There are 2 rotational hand controllers and 2 translational hand controllers. And something that the crew will be working on tomorrow is exercising. This will be the first time that they exercise in Orion, and one of the devices they will be using is called the flywheel. This is a compact and power-free system that allows daily aerobic and resistive workouts aboard Orion. The flywheel supports exercises like rowing, squats, and deadlifts, and they are able to adjust the resistance levels as needed. Of course, aboard the International Space Station, we have much larger devices used for exercise for the crew members, but on Orion, in a much more compact space, we needed a more compact solution. In this animation, you can see the 4 solar arrays aboard Orion. There is a camera on the tip of each solar array. We had some beautiful views of Earth from one of those cameras earlier, and we are looking forward to some incredible views of the moon as we fly by on flight day 6. Each of those solar arrays has 3 panels on it, and each of those panels is about 6.5 feet by 6.5 feet. So the length of each array nearly total 23 feet. Each of those arrays would provide enough electricity to power 2 3-bedroom homes. 8 hours and 23 minutes into the flight of Orion, the first flight of humans on this spacecraft. Our 4 crew members, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, lifted off today atop the Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. They had a smooth ride to orbit and have since completed all required burns to put them in the proper high Earth orbit where they are now. Earlier today, we also saw them transition to the Deep Space Network. This is the first time in over 50 years that we've had humans back on the Deep Space Network. We have had humans living and working aboard the International Space Station for over 25 continuous years now, but they they communicate through the tracking data relay satellite systems. That was one of many milestones for the crew today. We also saw them complete the Perigee raise maneuver, the Apogee raise burn, modifying Orion's orbit around the Earth, and keeping us in that high Earth orbit. Being in this high Earth orbit for over 24 hours allows the teams and the crew to check out the systems aboard the spacecraft before conducting the translunar injection burn tomorrow. The translunar injection burn is what will commit the crew and the spacecraft to flying by the moon on flight day 6, and that burn also serves as the deorbit burn for the spacecraft. The ability to use the translunar injection burn as the deorbit burn is because of a free return trajectory, where we're harnessing the moon and the Earth's gravity to pull us back home. Crew aboard Orion also conducted the proximity operations demonstration, namely pilot Victor Glover manually flying Orion in relation to the recently separated interim cryogenic propulsion stage. He commanded the spacecraft to move in as close as 10 meters or 30 feet away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage and a faux docking target, essentially, allowing them to practice and learn what it's like to manually fly the spacecraft. This helps us understand and learn a lot about flying Orion manually, as we may need to do so for future docking operations ahead of lunar landing missions. Shortly thereafter, the upper stage separation burn occurred, taking Orion farther away from the ICPS, and that interim cryogenic propulsion stage had its own disposal burn thereafter. Since that time, the crew has been stowing their suits, getting their cabin configured, getting ready for bed. They had their private medical conference in which they were able to speak with teams on Earth about how they were feeling following the day's events. They are now in their pre-sleep period and are configuring the spacecraft by hanging up their sleeping bags. They also have the option to put some window covers over the windows in Orion to make sure no other light comes in, and we will get them some sleep. Their sleep period tonight is interrupted by the Perigee raise burn, so they'll get about 4 hours of sleep here to start, and then wake up for those Perigee raise burn operations. Perigee raise burn means we are lifting the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth. And after that's complete, the crew will go back to sleep for about another 4 hours before they wake up and start flight day 2. You're looking at a live view from Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are in the White Flight Control Room just down the hall from the International Space Station Flight Control Room where you usually see us. And this is the Orbit 1 shift. You'll probably start to see some folks filtering in and out of the room as we will expect handover to take place around 2:30 a.m. Central Time. Just like Mission Control, we'll be monitoring the flight of the crew for 24/7 all throughout the mission. We will also be live during that time. You can find us as you're watching us right now on YouTube on NASA's account. 8 hours and 40 minutes since the launch of the Artemis 2 mission and the Orion spacecraft. This view from Mission Control Houston, and specifically the White Flight Control Room, which is the Artemis Flight Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Our 4 crew members aboard Orion, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, 3 NASA astronauts and 1 Canadian Space Agency astronaut, are getting into the sleep period of their day. They've had a very long day, having woken up about 8 hours before liftoff, spending that time getting suited up, waving goodbye to family and friends, riding out to the launch pad, boarding the spacecraft, waiting for liftoff, and then monitoring all of the steps through ascent. The crew is in a high Earth orbit right now, and the next major milestone for them will come in the middle of their sleep period. They will wake up in about 4 hours for the Perigee raise burn. That is to lift the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth, and again, they are in a high Earth orbit right now. Once the Perigee raise burn is complete, they'll get the chance to go back to sleep for a little while. The view on your screen, clearly an animation of Orion, showing we are over 38,000 miles from Earth. The crew is in their pre-sleep period, or actually they've moved into their sleep period. And this visualization coming to you from the ARROW website, that's Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You are able to access this on your own computer or cellular device if you so choose. We're happy to share it with you here when we don't have views from the spacecraft, but at any time you can log on, search for Artemis 2 AROW, ARROW, and you will be able to find this on nasa.gov.
Integrity, Houston, for AGA readings, when able.
Go ahead.
Hey, Reed, sorry to pester you during your sleep period. I know you guys are finishing up cabin config. When you can, we will take AGA readings.
Okay, I just turned it on, so I guess I'll give it 5 minutes and then we'll give you a call.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Capcom Amy Dill calling up to the crew about their AGA readings. That stands for Anomaly Gas Analyzer. The crew is able to, and is timelined to take readings of the atmosphere inside Orion. Again, this is the first time we've ever flown humans aboard this spacecraft, and so we are looking to learn about what is existing inside the cabin and with the CO2 output of the crew and how the ECLIS system is working, and these readings help us determine that.
And Amy, we'll just sync up with you on where we got to on cabin transit config, and then we'll pick up the rest when we're awake.
Sounds good to us.
All right, we already called down. We're complete through step 4. Step 5 we skipped for now. Step 6 we also skipped. Steps 7 and 8 are complete. Step 9 and through 11 are complete.
We copy all so far.
Yep, and that's about it. Looking at the rest, we haven't really tidied all the rest of that stuff up, so we'll have to get to that tomorrow.
Okay, we copy.
Eight hours, 52 minutes since the launch of Artemis 2 and the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Just an integrity couple sync questions. First one, just because today has been a little bit jumbled, are we safe to assume that any toilet non-use that's not per Optimus you would call up? We're thinking about calling you to see if we can use it for the next 20 minutes or so before we sleep, and instead wanted to check that assumption.
Checking.
NASA astronaut Christina Cook calling down to make sure that they are able to use the toilet. There are times during the mission when they are asked not to do so.
And Christina, you are good to use toilet all night.
Copy, good to use it all night, including the toilet unavailable that we see on Optimus. Thank you for that. And speaking of all night, what time should we expect our wake-up music?
Checking. And Christina, to answer your question for wake-up music, it'll be towards the end of post-sleep after the second sleep period.
Copy. We thought we provided enough songs for even waking after the nap, but no worries. We will set our own alarms for PRB. Thank you.
And Christina, you are indeed correct, and we checked our song inventory, and we do have a song for a wake-up for PRB ops, so we will provide that.
Okay, thank you. That sounds great. And may we request that around 12:30 MET?
Yes, we will provide that 12:30 MET.
Fantastic. Thanks for an awesome first day. We are climbing into our sleeping bags.
Okay, and to end that day, whenever the 5-minute timer is up for the AGA readings, we'll take those, and then we'll bid you a good night.
Hey, Amy, I can give you those now. CO2, 3.4. O2, 18.8. Pressure, 14.55. Temperature, 65.8.
We copy all, Christina, and with that, it has been a fantastic day with you all, and good rest, and we look forward to working with you tomorrow.
We We do as well. Take care, guys.
All of those communications with NASA astronaut Christina Cook calling down to Mission Control Houston, and specifically here in the Artemis Flight Control Room, Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, speaking with Capcom Amy Dill about the schedule for the night. She provided some AGA readings near the end of their communications there, the anomaly gas analyzer readings of the gases that they have in the cabin. Also discussing when their wake-up song will be played. We expect to hear that just before the Perigee rays burn. Again, they're settling into their sleep period right now for just a few hours. That'll be interrupted by that Perigee rays burn and the operations that they'll need to conduct to monitor that before going back to sleep for about 4 more hours. The crew has configured their sleeping bags within Orion, and we don't anticipate to hear from them for the next few hours while they're getting some well-deserved and much-needed sleep.
And Amy, as we prepare for sleep, we might have a few more questions. Do we need PCD-3 wired, or can we leave it wireless?
Checking. PCD-3 can be wireless.
Okay, outstanding. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are continuing to monitor the flight of Artemis 2 and our 4 astronauts, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, aboard the Orion spacecraft, a test flight with the first time we have ever had crew on this spacecraft. It's been 9 hours and 16 minutes since launch, and the spacecraft is now over 39,000 miles away from Earth in a high Earth orbit. The crew will remain in this high Earth orbit for the first approximately 24 hours of the mission before the translunar injection burn that will commit them to flying by the moon and returning home. It was a busy day for the crew after liftoff, with the Perigee raise maneuver, apogee raise burn, continuing to keep us in that high Earth orbit, moving into the proximity operations demonstration when pilot Victor Glover manually flew Orion in relation to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, followed by the upper stage separation burn, where Orion departed that interim cryogenic propulsion stage, and the crew stepped into their cabin configuration procedures. The crew has since gone to sleep, and in just a few hours will wake up once again for the Perigee raise burn. This lifts the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth, again keeping us in that high Earth orbit and setting us up for the translunar injection burn tomorrow. After the Perigee raise burn, the crew will get the chance to go back to sleep for a few hours before waking up for Flight Day 2. The Orbit 1 team is preparing their Orbit 2 shift as they come on console and conducting those handovers, meaning I am also handing over the PAO console to my colleague and friend Anna Schneider. Our live coverage continues on NASA's YouTube 24/7 throughout the mission, all the way through splashdown and spacecraft recovery. And we have got a lot of exciting things to come, so I hope you will continue tuning in. And thanks for joining us so far. Good morning from Mission Control Houston. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications here inside the Artemis Mission Control Room. We are currently on console with the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers who recently completed their handover period with the Orbit 1 team of flight controllers who just went off shift after completing their shift. During the Orbit 1 shift, they completed the prox ops demonstrations or proximity operations, during which they manually piloted the Orion spacecraft in relation to the ICPS or interim cryogenic propulsion system. The crew is currently in their sleep period, and today's sleep period is split in two parts. The crew will be woken in about 3 hours to prepare for the PRB, or Perigee raise burn, which is scheduled for about 3 hours and 39 minutes from now. This burn will adjust Orion's perigee, or the lowest point of its orbit, into the correct orbital geometry to set it up for its translunar injection, or TLI burn, planned for Flight Day 2. You are currently seeing a live look inside the Artemis Mission Control Room here in Mission Control Houston. And currently leading the team here in Mission Control Houston for the Orbit 2 team is Flight Director Paul Kanya, there on the far right hand of your screen. Following a launch yesterday at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern, the spacecraft is now about 40,000 miles away from Earth in its high Earth orbit. And there now on your screen, you are seeing views from the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARROW, which provides live data and telemetry from the Orion spacecraft when we don't have live views from the spacecraft itself. Again, we will continue providing live coverage throughout the Artemis mission as it makes its way to the moon and back. And again, coming up in about 3 hours and 38 minutes, we will have that next major milestone, which is the Perigee raise burn. This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you are seeing a live view from the Orion spacecraft. Up on the top right-hand of your screen, you can see the edge of one of the solar array wings, or saws. And this Orion spacecraft was named by the Artemis II crew, so its name is Integrity. And the Artemis II crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft includes NASA astronaut and commander Reed Wiseman, NASA astronaut and pilot Victor Glover, and then the mission specialists are NASA astronaut Christina Cook and CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. We are about 10 hours into this mission, 10 hours and 3 minutes to be exact, since liftoff yesterday at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. That liftoff took place from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Following that initial liftoff, the crew completed a apogee raise burn, or ARB, and then they also completed a perigee raise maneuver. And then just a few hours ago, they completed what is known as the ProxOps, or Proximity Operations Demonstration. They've also completed several checkouts of the systems on the Orion spacecraft, including some emergency communication systems. And during that ProxOps demonstrations, they were able to practice flying their spacecraft towards and around the ICPS, or Interim Cryogenic Propulsion System. The purpose of that demonstration was to test Orion's handling systems, because on future missions, Orion will dock with other spacecraft, and it was able to verify that Orion can do that safely. After that ProxOps demonstration was completed, the ICPS fired its engines again for a disposal burn, and then Orion continued in its high Earth orbit, where it remains currently. The Orion spacecraft is just under 41,000 miles away from Earth. And again, the crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft is in their split sleep period. So today's sleep period is split in two. They will wake up in a little under 3 hours from now to complete the perigee raise burn. That perigee raise burn is scheduled to take place in about 3 hours and 27 minutes from now, but they will complete some preliminary targeting for that burn in just about 3 minutes to ensure everything is on track to execute that burn in a little over 3 hours from now. This is Mission Control Houston. We are 10 hours and 15 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission, and there on your screen you are seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft. It is currently maneuvering into a biased tail to sun attitude. In this attitude, it allows the spacecraft to manage thermal constraints and power generation. It uses this attitude as its primary passive or passive safe flight orientation during transit to maintain thermal balance and maximize power generation. Again, the crew is currently in their sleep period, and they will remain in that sleep period for another 2 hours or so before they start preparing for the Perigee raise burn, or PRB. That burn is planned to take place in about 3 hours and 16 minutes from now. And there on your screen, you're now seeing a live view inside the Artemis Mission Control Room here in Mission Control Houston. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the EECOM console. This stands for the Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager. And this individual is responsible for the internal thermal control systems, air and water supply, and purification systems aboard the Orion spacecraft. And they also manage emergency response. The equivalent to this flight control position in the International Space Station flight control room just down the hall is the ethos position. And then in front of the EECOM console, you can see MPO. Also on the right-hand side of your screen, that stands for the Mechanical and Power Officer. And this console position is responsible for the electrical power generation, the solar arrays, the array rotation mechanisms, and the power distribution systems of the Orion spacecraft. They also manage the crew hatch, docking mechanisms, vehicle pyrotechnic devices, parachutes, and water riding systems. And the equivalent to that position in the International Space Station Flight Control Room is the position known as Spartan. Again, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently on console. For the duration of the Artemis 2 mission, there will be 3 orbits or shifts of flight controllers managing the Orion spacecraft and its crew. And currently leading the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers here in the room is Flight Director Paul Kanya there on the center of your screen. This is Mission Control Houston. We are currently 10 hours and 25 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. The Artemis 2 crew inside the Orion spacecraft lifted off atop the Space Launch System rocket on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This crew is the first to live and work inside the Orion spacecraft, and there on your screen you are seeing a live view of that Orion spacecraft as it continues its high Earth orbit. About 49 minutes after launch, the ICPS engine fired to raise the Perigee, or the lowest point of the spacecraft's orbit, to a safe altitude of 100 miles above Earth. And then about an hour later, when Orion reached that Perigee, the ICPS fired again to continue raising the spacecraft into a high Earth orbit, where it currently remains. The crew then began testing various systems, such as the life support system, communications and navigation systems, to confirm that they were ready for the outbound trip to their moon. They also removed their Orion Crew Survival System suits, or OX suits, to get settled in for their journey around the moon. About 3 hours into the mission, the crew then completed their proximity operations demonstration, which tested Orion's handling systems. On future missions, Orion will dock with other spacecraft, so this was able to verify that Orion can do so safely. So the ICPS was repurposed as a docking target. It separated from Orion, and the crew practiced flying their spacecraft toward and around it as part of this demonstration. Once the proximity operations demonstration was complete, the ICPS fired its engines again for disposal burn, and Orion continued its high Earth orbit. Fast forward to now, the Artemis 2 astronauts are currently asleep on board the Orion spacecraft named Integrity. Again, you can see that Orion spacecraft there on your screen. They began their sleep shift about 2 hours ago and have about 2 hours remaining. Today's sleep shift is split due to the upcoming Perigee raise burn, which is scheduled to take place in about 3 hours and 5 minutes from now. This burn will adjust Orion's Perigee, or the lowest point of its orbit, into the correct orbital geometry to set it up for its translunar injection, or TLI burn, planned for Flight Day 2. Following the Perigee raise burn later this morning, the crew will perform a brief checkout of their emergency communications on the Deep Space Network at the most distant point of their high Earth orbit, which is necessary before that TLI burn takes place. After that emergency communications checkout is complete, the crew will then resume their sleep period. And with that, we will go ahead and review the flight day highlights from launch up until now.
Welcome, and thank you for joining us live from NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where we are beginning a new chapter in America's human spaceflight story. We are so humbled to have thousands of people here in person to witness this, and the many more watching online from around the world. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers.
Thanks, Megan. What a historic day to be here.
What a historic day to be here. Obviously, for what we see right behind us here, the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft on launch pad 39B. Artemis 2 is a nearly 10-day flight test to prove NASA can safely fly astronauts around the moon before attempting to land on it in just 2 years, hopefully.
Yes, like you said, it's a test flight, so we're going to put humans on this rocket for the first time ever, and we're going to test out the systems on board and hopefully get around the moon. And
in charge of liftoff today is Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson. She and her team are just across the street from us inside of the Launch Control Center. They kicked off continuous around-the-clock operations just before 5 p.m. on Monday and started fueling the rocket about 4 hours ago.
That com cap will also connect into the suit, which then eventually connects into the capsule through an umbilical there. So there's a lot of cords and wires. You can see them tuck in that cord under his chin right now.
And so the suits they're wearing, they're called the Orion Crew Survival Suits, or OX suits. And so they're worn for launch and reentry or during high-risk or emergency situations.
And welcome into Firing Room 1, a historic firing room here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here reporting what's happening as we lead up to countdown and liftoff of Artemis 2. So far, looking pretty good. You see the rocket out there on the pad. It is launch day, and we just got that crew weather brief that you were talking about from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson to the crew. It looks like a countdown at this point is in good shape, and that's great news. Fueling continues to track well. We just reached all stages replenished.
Now, Reed Weissman is a Baltimore native. He's been in space once before, as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. And so now here we are, pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013. At the time, he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020 when he launched as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program. And so it looks like Christina here has completed her suit leak checks as well, her communication checks too.
Yep, they've already got her gloves off. They're getting ready to kind of hang out and relax a little bit, I think, before they walk out.
She is a mission specialist for this mission, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Was selected to the astronaut corps in 2013, so actually same class as Victor. And last but not least, first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis 2 mission. The London, Ontario native was selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as CATCOM at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston.
The team you see here in this room today has been training extensively to prepare for the highly dynamic phase of flight that begins shortly after engine ignition. Teams here will be monitoring the flight of the Space Launch System, Orion, and of course the Artemis 2 crew on board as they make their way from the Kennedy Space Center into Earth orbit.
Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights and our astronauts, the card game, Nicole.
Yeah, you know, this is a fun time for the crew. Kind of relax a little bit, play a card game with the chief. You can see Scott Tingle there is the dealer today. Looks like they're playing high card wins. So Victor won. He's out. Now Jeremy's out. You know, there are two schools of thought on this game. Either you want to get rid of all your bad luck or go out on a high note. So it looks like the crew chose we're going out on a high note.
Now, the SLS, or the Space Launch System, very big, very powerful. It is going to be producing 8.8 million pounds of thrust at launch. And like I mentioned, very large, as you can see here, going to stand about 322 feet tall with Orion there on top, just a little bit taller than the Statue of Liberty.
And here we are, the closeout crew in the White Room getting ready for the astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway to greet some family and friends downstairs. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. And here they are, NASA's Artemis 2 crew. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. To a wonderful applause from the crowd. They're looking really excited.
Some
and
big
really
smiles.
Ready.
I love that.
It's a great day for us. It's a great day for this team.
A few words from Reed. Great day for us, the team, he said. Thumbs up, more thumbs up. Of course, a lot of pictures. We hear some camera shutter clicks back there. I love the energy of this crowd. Let's go. And so now the crew walking over to each of their pens. The first people closest to them, of course, their family members who got to quarantine with them, correct?
Yes.
You heard Reed there saying thank you guys as the crowd picks up again with their applause and the four of them step into their Astrovan.
And there they go.
And off they go. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy now on their way to launch pad 39B, where they will fly to the moon. Something no human has done in over 50 years. They may also set a new record as the farthest humans have ever been from Earth, a record set by the Apollo 13 crew almost 56 years ago today.
Yeah, you know, we talked about how tall this rocket is earlier.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that point of view, yeah. And now we're watching the crew walk across the crew access arm, getting a beautiful view of Kennedy Space Center.
From 274 feet. Woo.
Nicole laughs because Nicole is also, like Reed, does not like heights.
I do not like how open that crew access arm is. Oh, and he's already turned around and walking in. You can see Dre's protecting his helmet and his visor there from all that metal.
Yeah.
It's a tight squeeze, but they've done this a lot, so Reed's already all the way across the capsule.
Yeah, that was fast. Impressive, Reed. Impressive. That's why you're the commander. Oh, a heart there from Jeremy again. Yep, Canada.
Yeah.
Canada is about to get into Orion. This is a camera shot of behind Reed's head. So Reed, while Andre is buckling him in, that's a 5-point harness, Reed was configuring his control panel.
Yeah, the displays. We're getting the displays ready so that they can monitor all of the systems and monitor the launch as they go. Christina there signing the wall.
That they're working there. And there's a heart from Christina Cook. Great to see that as she gets ready to get into the Orion spacecraft, one that they named Integrity. It certainly fits this crew from what I've observed.
Drag on camera, like we were saying, that kind of moves around, so sometimes it's hard to show that, so there you have it. You can see that the closeout crew has closed the side hatch. And so right now, that's a panel that they have to close out in order to then close the next hatch, which is the launch abort system hatch.
We are currently not working any constraints with regards to the rocket or the ground systems. But the launch team has been made aware of an issue that the range is working. And currently they're monitoring that work that is going on over at the range. We understand that issue is related to the flight termination system. Now, the flight termination system, just to give you a quick explainer, every rocket has a flight termination system. It's the system that the Eastern Range here uses in order to send a destruct signal to a rocket in case it veers off path. So it's a very critical, important safety component. The bottom line of all this is, at this moment, the range is no-go. But that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown. The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. We're just getting an update, in fact, about what I was about to report out on the range, and the good news is the range is go.
As we see now, live inside of the White Room, at the launch pad, the closeout crew has closed the launch abort system hatch. You saw there, we took it live. Took a lot of them, I think all of them. Except for one. I think it took all 3 or 4 of them to push that hatch door close, and then they felt around the perimeter of the door to make sure that everything was sitting just right.
We currently are hearing the launch team is working an issue that was reported out with the LAS. At least there's an issue apparently with a battery on the LAS. The engineer who is in charge of the launch abort system sits on console here, reported that a temperature for one of the 2 LAS batteries is out of range. And although it's not a constraint for launch right now, it would be when that temperature is checked inside of T-minus 6 minutes, which is inside of terminal count. So right now the team is working some troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learn. But again, a battery temp for one of the 2 batteries on the LAS is out of spec, and the team is working to understand, first of all, whether or not this may be a sensor issue, or is there an issue with the battery itself.
We're one big NASA team, one big NASA family, and we have one major message before we launch tonight. Okay, guys, what are we going to say? 1, 2, 3, go!
great news too. Remember, the team was tracking an issue with the launch abort system battery. They appear to have cleared that issue, so we are go for launch.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole, and just want to give you an update on the launch abort system that you just reported that they cleared. They believe, they're convinced, this is an instrumentation failure. So there are 2 batteries on the LAS. The LAS, of course, and with the help of my 2-year-old son's model rocket, Daniel said I could use this, so it's okay. The LAS is right here. It's the tower above Orion. Orion capsule's inside of here. It's used to pull Orion off the rocket in case something's going on with the rocket, either on the pad or in flight. 2 batteries are bad. Well, I'm sorry. One of the 2 batteries reported an out-of-family temperature, and it was very much out of family. And so they checked their data going back into the vehicle assembly building where they recharged the batteries and worked on them. And they have good, solid data, they reported, that tells them that this is an instrumentation failure, that there's something wrong with the sensor. And so they took it before the mission management team, which has to accept the risk, any changes to launch commit criteria, which this would be one, and they all fully accepted it. So now we are clear as far as that constraint is concerned.
NTD COSE hold requested.
Copy that.
I have an LCC violation of O-CT-004, S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm. When it should have been between 10 and 13, it is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock, which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that. But again, this was transient, so we're back in a nominal range.
Yeah, us taking a look at the data right here, looks like that was a single sample.
Yeah, copy that. RFTS does report that they also lost lock for about 5 seconds. So I would love to ask KUS and see if they also lost lock with the vehicle for any extended amount of period.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir. I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
We're checking with KUS on 232. I don't think they have 212 access. We're trying to verify, but it sounds like they have a loss of lock as well. About 2 seconds. Okay. And I guess for both KUS and COSE, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
This is Houston Flight. We have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSE.
And KUS is reported to they have good lock now. So with all of that, OSC, then are we in a go configuration per your LCC?
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Okay. LP, you concur with that? Yes, sir. LP concurs go. And Launch Director?
Yes, sir. Launch Director concurs go.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC?
OTC is go.
STC?
STC is go.
GTC? C's go. MCO? CO is go. Safety Console?
The Safety Console is go.
LPE? LPE's go. RTD? RTD's go. Houston Flight?
Houston Flight is go.
ROC?
ROC is go.
And CDR?
Crew is go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And Launch Director, NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch. Verify no constraints and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMTs go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good air voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2.
This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity.
All right, Charlie, your Artemis 2 crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go. Sir, you have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR, NTD.
Go.
Gear risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE, NTD. Start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
You heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory. It was very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching.
All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
And that begins terminal count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis 2.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away.
GLS is go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce fully on.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same.
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis 2 mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. One minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
3 minutes into the flight, Integrity 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour. Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view. We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on TDRS at the Carmen line.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis 2, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan, we see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Integrity and nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the Moon. This is Mission Control Houston, 25 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight of Artemis 2. We have confirmation that all 4 solar array wings are deployed and latched. This is the configuration needed to switch to ATO preferred, which you did hear confirmed from pilot Victor Glover. That mode has been switched. Now getting our first views from one of the solar array wing cameras over the tracking data relay satellites. We are in a night pass, as we are about a little more than 1,300 statute miles above the Earth, just east off the coast of Madagascar. You can see the Perigee raise maneuver from the main engine of the ICPS firing from the solar array wing. Standing by for confirmation of cutoff.
Integrity, good PRM, and 1 minute to TDRS handover.
And with the regain of comm, we're starting to get some views aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, voice check on TDRS.
Loud and clear, Stan Hollis.
And we now have you the same. Good to hear your voice.
In the meantime, Mission Specialist Christina Cook working on the activation of some environmental control life support systems and waste management systems. Currently, as teams on the ground analyze some troubleshooting of the activation steps that she was going through, she'll gather some of the backup waste management capabilities that they have aboard Integrity, just as a precaution while the teams assess how to address what was reported down from Mission Specialist Christina Cook on the fault light. At this time, the Flight Dynamics Officer confirms that it was a good burn, so they are on a good trajectory for staying in high Earth orbit for the remainder of this flight day and into next. The high Earth orbit puts them into a 43,730 by 0 statute mile orbit, which orbits the Earth approximately once a day. It's a 23.5-hour orbit.
For the first time since they arrived in space, you're looking at a live view of the Artemis II crew in the Orion spacecraft.
All right, Amy, welcome on board the Integrity Spacecraft. We got, right now, myself and Christina are in seats 1 and 2, getting ready for rendezvous and proxops demonstration. Victor's just finishing up getting out of suits and getting suit drying going, and Jeremy is hard at work in cabin configuration. It was an amazing ride uphill. The views, we've got 2 moon rises that we've had so far, and the views of planet Earth. We've circled it completely, and we forgot how beautiful it is to look down on Earth.
We're hearing some comms from the crew as they are preparing for their proximity operations demonstration. And we have just had, for the first time in over 50 years, humans join the Deep Space Network. Now, we're used to people being on the Near Space Network, the Tracking Data Relay Satellite System with the International Space Station. But again, first time in 50 years that we will have crew traveling far enough to be on that Deep Space Network. This view coming live from Orion, now just 3 hours and 10 minutes since liftoff today from Kennedy Space Center. As you have heard, Mission Control Houston is go for the crew to conduct the proximity operations demonstration. Again, we will see the separation of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage coming up first in just under 12 minutes. Standing by for separation.
Yeah, we have good separation, good motion. We are ATP go.
Confirmation, separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Good motion. Go for 180 pitch, confirmed. Separation confirmed, Houston.
Houston copies.
All right, here comes the pitch rate. I see it. Look at that. Woohoo!
This view inside Orion.
I see the moon in the camera, and now I see ICPS in the docking camera field of view. Okay, waiting for 550. I'm on the THC. There's 550, starting in the 19N. 1.
This is the view from
9. And
this is the view arrow. The docking camera is showing the crew inside Orion.
19 ends. Much quieter. Got a little rumble like we're driving on a rocky road, but much quieter than in the sim. I'm showing about 3 degrees wide on ICPS. And it's holding right near the center.
Integrity, no action for you on that enable prop caution.
No action.
Bit of ICPS. Did you see that photo off the screen on camera view? 0.8 degrees wide. Quite large. All right, I'm going to course. 0.9 degrees. 1 degree wide. Here comes 6 outs. 1, 2, 3, 8 down pulses.
Great view of the ICPS that powered Orion during the Perigee raise maneuver and apogee raise burn.
4, 5, 8. I can see the side docking target. That is a good looking American flag. Wow. Copy, going off Fox. Great flying with you, Houston. Nice vehicle.
Great job, Victor, and to the entire crew, and we enjoyed your excitement at seeing ICPS out the window.
With proximity operations complete and the upper stage separation burn complete as well, we are now looking to the ICPS, or interim cryogenic propulsion stage disposal burn. We will not see this or get data on it. It will burn up upon re-entry over Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. It actually looks like a crescent Earth there in the background. This view coming from one of the solar array wing cameras aboard Orion. Good morning from Mission Control Houston. We are live in the Artemis Mission Control room here in Houston. Currently on console is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers. They came on console about 2 hours, handing over from the Orbit 1 team, who led the Orion spacecraft and its crew through the proximity operations demonstration, which you just saw a recap of there shortly ago. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently asleep, and they will remain asleep for about another hour and a half before they prepare for the Perigee raise burn operation, which is scheduled to take place in about 2.5 hours from now. And there on your screen, you are seeing the Artemis real-time orbital website. This provides live data and telemetry from the Orion spacecraft when we don't have live external views of the spacecraft itself. The Orion spacecraft, following a launch yesterday from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time, is now a little over 42,000 miles away from Earth and about 220,000 miles away from the Moon. The Orion spacecraft and its crew will make their closest approach to the Moon on flight day 6. Tomorrow they will complete the translunar injection, or TLI burn, and that burn is a very important milestone, and it is what sends the Orion spacecraft and its crew off towards the Moon, and it also doubles as the deorbit burn. So once that maneuver takes place, it commits Orion and its crew to its journey around the Moon and back. And there you're seeing a live view outside the Orion spacecraft. Inside the spacecraft, there are 4 crew members currently on board. Leading the crew is the Artemis 2 commander, Reed Wiseman. Reed is a Baltimore native. He's been to space once before and served as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November of 2014. And during his 165-day mission aboard the International Space Station, Reed and his crewmates completed more than 300 science experiments in areas like human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and astrophysics. They set a milestone for station science by completing a record 82 research hours in a single week, and he also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022. The pilot of the Artemis 2 mission is Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013. At the time of his selection, he was serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020 when he launched as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station. Victor is also a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. Joining Victor and Reed is Mission Specialist Christina Cook. Cook is a native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. She was selected to the Astronaut Corps in 2013 alongside Victor Glover, and she served as flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February 2020. And during that time, Cook set a record for the longest single space flight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk. Before becoming an astronaut, Christina led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments of the planet. And then rounding it all out is first-time flyer and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, who is also serving as a mission specialist. Hansen is a native of London, Ontario, Canada, and was selected as an astronaut to the Canadian Space Agency in 2009. After that, he worked as a CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, at NASA's Mission Control Center here in Houston. And the CAPCOM serves as the direct voice communicating with astronauts in space. He also participated in training exercises such as living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to stimulate deep space exploration for 7 days. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. And those are the 4 crew members currently on board the Orion spacecraft. The crew did name the Orion spacecraft that they are flying today. They named it Integrity. Again, that spacecraft is about 42,000 miles away from Earth. It is continuing in a high Earth orbit. Coming up in about 2 hours and 25 minutes from now, the Perigee raise burn will take place. Again, the crew is currently asleep on board the spacecraft, and they will remain in that sleep period for about an hour and a half before they are woken up to monitor the Perigee raise burn operations coming up here soon.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
This is Mission Control Houston. Just a moment ago, you were seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft from some of its solar array wing or SAW cameras, and in the distance you could see the Earth behind it. The Orion spacecraft is currently a little over 42,000 miles away from Earth and about 221,000 miles away from the Moon. The Orion spacecraft lifted off atop the Space Launch System rocket on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Following liftoff, the SLS rocket's main engines cut off and Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, separated from the rest of the rocket. About 49 minutes after launch, the ICPS engine then fired to raise the Perigee, or the lowest point of the spacecraft's orbit, to a safe altitude of 100 miles above Earth. About an hour later, when Orion reached that perigee, the ICPS fired again to continue raising the spacecraft into a high Earth orbit, which is where the Orion spacecraft and its crew currently remain. The crew then began testing various systems on the spacecraft to confirm readiness for the outbound trip to their moon, and also removed their Orion crew survival system suits to settle in for the journey. About 3 hours into the mission, the crew completed their proximity operations, or ProxOps demonstration, which tested Orion's handling systems. And once that demonstration was complete, the ICPS fired its engines again for a disposal burn, and Orion continued its high Earth orbit. Now, the Artemis II crew is currently asleep aboard the Orion spacecraft. They began their sleep shift about 3 hours ago and have about 1 hour remaining. Today's sleep shift is split due to the upcoming Perigee raise burn, which is scheduled to take place about 2 hours and 7 minutes from now. This burn will adjust Orion's perigee, or the lowest point of its orbit, into the correct orbital geometry to set it up for its translunar injection, or TLI, burn planned for Flight Day 2. And with that, let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights from launch day through the recent ProxOps demonstration.
Welcome, and thank you for joining us live from NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where we are beginning a new chapter in America's human spaceflight story. We are so humbled to have thousands of people here in person to witness this, and the many more watching online from around the world. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers.
Thanks, Megan. What a historic day to be here.
What a historic day to be here. Obviously, for what we see right behind us here, the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft on launch pad 39B. Artemis II is a nearly 10-day flight test to prove NASA can safely fly astronauts around the moon before attempting to land on it in just 2 years, hopefully.
Yes, like you said, it's a test flight, so we're going to put humans on this rocket for the first time ever, and we're going to test out the systems on board and hopefully get around the moon. And in charge of liftoff today is Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson. She and her team are just across the street from us inside of the Launch Control Center. They kicked off continuous around-the-clock operations just before 5 p.m. on Monday and started fueling the rocket about 4 hours ago. That com cap will also connect into the suit, which then eventually connects into the capsule through an umbilical there. So there's a lot of cords and wires. You can see them tuck in that cord under his chin right now.
And so the suits they're wearing, they're called the Orion Crew Survival Suits, or OX suits. And so they're worn for launch and reentry or during high-risk or emergency situations.
And welcome into Firing Room 1, a historic firing room here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here reporting what's happening as we lead up to countdown and liftoff of Artemis II. So far, looking pretty good. You see the rocket out there on the pad. It is launch day, and we just got that crew weather brief that you were talking about from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson to the crew. It looks like a countdown at this point is in good shape, and that's great news. Fueling continues to track well. We just reached all stages replenished.
Now, Reed Weissman is a Baltimore native. He's been in space once before as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. And so now here we are, pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013. At the time, he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020 when he launched as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program. And so it looks like Christina here has completed her suit leak checks as well, her communication checks too.
Yep, they've already got her gloves off. They're getting ready to kind of hang out and relax a little bit, I think, before they walk out.
She is a mission specialist for this mission, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Was selected to the astronaut corps in 2013, so actually same class as Victor. And last but not least, first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis 2 mission. The London, Ontario native was selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston.
The team you see here in this room today has been training extensively to prepare for the highly dynamic phase of flight that begins shortly after engine ignition. Teams here will be monitoring the flight of the Space Launch System, Orion, and of course the Artemis 2 crew on board as they make their way from the Kennedy Space Center into Earth orbit.
Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights and our astronauts, the card game, Nicole.
Yeah, this is a fun time for the crew. Kind of relax a little bit, play a card game with the chief. You can see Scott Tingle there is the dealer today. Looks like they're playing high card wins. So Victor won. He's out. Now Jeremy's out. There are two schools of thought on this game. Either you want to get rid of all your bad luck or go out on a high note. So it looks like the crew chose we're going out on a high note.
Now, the SLS, or the Space Launch System, very big, very powerful. It is going to be producing 8.8 million pounds of thrust at launch. And like I mentioned, very large, as you can see here, going to stand about 322 feet tall with Orion there on top, just a little bit taller than the Statue of Liberty.
And here we are, the closeout crew in the White Room, getting ready for the astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway to greet some family and friends downstairs. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. And here they are, NASA's Artemis 2 crew. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. To a wonderful applause from the crowd. They're looking really excited.
Some
and
big
really
smiles.
Ready.
I love that.
It's a great day for us. It's a great day for this team.
A few words from Reed. Great day for us, the team, he said. Thumbs up, more thumbs up. Of course, a lot of pictures. We hear some camera shutter clicks back there. I love the energy of this crowd. Let's go. And so now the crew walking over to each of their pens. The first people closest to them, of course, their family members who got to quarantine with them, correct?
Yes.
You heard Reed there saying thank you guys as the crowd picks up again with their applause and the four of them step into their astrovan.
And there they go.
And off they go. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy now on their way to launch pad 39B, where they will fly to the moon. Something no human has done in over 50 years. They may also set a new record as the farthest humans have ever been from Earth, a record set by the Apollo 13 crew almost 56 years ago today.
Yeah, we talked about how tall this rocket is earlier.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that point of view, yeah. And now we're watching the crew walk across the crew access arm, getting a beautiful view of Kennedy Space Center.
From 274 feet. Woo.
Nicole laughs because Nicole is also, like Reed, does not like heights.
I do not like how open that crew access arm is. Oh, and he's already turned around and walking in. You can see Dre's protecting his helmet and his visor there from all that metal.
Yeah.
It's a tight squeeze, but they've done this a lot, so Reed's already all the way across the capsule.
Yeah, that was fast. Impressive, Reed. Impressive. That's why you're the commander. Oh, a heart there from Jeremy again. Yep, Canada.
Yeah.
Canada is about to get into Orion. This is a camera shot of behind Reed's head. So Reed, while Andre is buckling him in, it's a 5-point harness. Reed was configuring his control panel.
Yeah, the displays. We're getting the displays ready so that they can monitor all of the systems and monitor the launch as they go. Christina there signing the wall.
That they're working there. And there's a heart from Christina Cook. Great to see that as she gets ready to get into the Orion spacecraft, one that they named Integrity. It certainly fits this crew from what I've observed.
Drag on camera, like we were saying, that kind of moves around, so sometimes it's hard to show that, so there you have it. You can see that the closeout crew has closed the side hatch. And so right now, that's a panel that they have to close out in order to then close the next hatch, which is the launch abort system hatch.
We are currently not working any constraints with regards to the rocket or the ground systems. But the launch team has been made aware of an issue that the range is working. And currently they're monitoring that work that is going on over at the range. We understand that that issue is related to the flight termination system. Now, the flight termination system, just to give you a quick explainer, every rocket has a flight termination system. It's the system that the Eastern Range here uses in order to send a destruct signal to a rocket in case it veers off path. So it's a very critical, important safety component. The bottom line of all this is, at this moment, the range is no-go. But that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown. The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. We're just getting an update, in fact, about what I was about to report out on the range, and the good news is the range is go.
As we see now, live inside of the White Room at the launch pad, the closeout crew has closed the launch abort system hatch. You saw there, we took it live. Took a lot of them, I think all of them. Except for one. I think it took 3 or 4 of them to push that hatch door close, and then they felt around the perimeter of the door to make sure that everything was sitting just right.
We currently are hearing the launch team is working an issue that was reported out with the LAS. At least there's an issue apparently with a battery on the LAS. The engineer who is in charge of the launch abort system sits on console here, reported that a temperature for one of the 2 LAS batteries is out of range. And although it's not a constraint for launch right now, it would be when that temperature is checked inside of T-minus 6 minutes, which is inside of terminal count. So right now the team is working some troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learn. But again, a battery temp for one of the 2 batteries on the LAS is out of spec, and the team is working to understand, first of all, whether or not this may be a sensor issue, or is there an issue with the battery itself.
We're one big NASA team, one big NASA family, and we have one major message before we launch tonight. Okay, guys, what are we going to say? 1, 2, 3.
Great news, too. Remember, the team was tracking an issue with the launch abort system battery. They appear to have cleared that issue, so we are go for launch.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole, and just want to give you an update on the launch abort system that you just reported that they cleared. They believe, they're convinced, this is an instrumentation failure. So there are 2 batteries on the LAS. The LAS, of course, and with the help of my 2-year-old son's model rocket, Daniel said I could use this, so it's okay. The LAS is right here. It's the tower above Orion. Orion capsule's inside of here. It's used to pull Orion off the rocket in case something's going on with the rocket, either on the pad or in flight. 2 batteries are bad. Well, I'm sorry. One of the 2 batteries reported an out-of-family temperature, and it was very much out of family. And so they checked their data going back into the vehicle assembly building where they recharged the batteries and worked on them. And they have good, solid data, they reported, that tells them that this is an instrumentation failure, that there's something wrong with the sensor. And so they took it before the mission management team, which has to accept the risk, any changes to launch commit criteria, which this would be one, and they all fully accepted it. So now we are clear as far as that constraint is concerned.
NTD COSE hold requested.
Copy that.
I have an LCC violation of O-CT-004, S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm. When it should have been between 10 and 13, it is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock, which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that. But again, this was transient, so we're back in a nominal range.
Yeah, us taking a look at the data right here, looks like that was a single sample.
Yeah, copy that. RFTS does report that they also lost lock for about 5 seconds. So I would love to ask KUS and see if they also lost lock with the vehicle for any extended amount of period.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir. I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
We're checking with KUS on 232. I don't think they have 212 access. We're trying to verify, but it sounds like they have a loss of lock as well. About 2 seconds. Okay. And I guess for both KUS and COSE, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
This is Houston Flight. We have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSE.
And KUS has reported too, they have good lock now. So with all of that, OSC, then are we in a go configuration per your LCC?
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Okay, LP, you concur with that? Yes, sir. LP concurs go. And Launch Director?
Yes, sir. Launch Director concurs go.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis 2 launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC?
OTC is go.
STC?
STC is go.
GTC? C's go. MCO? CO is go. Safety Console?
The Safety Console is go.
LPE? LPE's go. RTD? RTD's go. Houston Flight?
Houston Flight is go.
ROC?
ROC is go.
And CDR?
Crew is go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch, verify no constraints, and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis, MMT Chair.
MMT's go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good air voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2.
This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity.
All right, Charlie, your Artemis 2 crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go. Sir, you have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR, NTD.
Go.
Your risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE NTD, start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
You heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory, it was very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching.
All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
And that begins terminal count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis 2.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away.
GLS is go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same?
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis 2 mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour. Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view. We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on TDRS at the Kármán line.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis 2, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan, we see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Integrity, nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the Moon. This is Mission Control Houston, 25 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight of Artemis 2. We have confirmation that all 4 solar array wings are deployed and latched. This is the configuration needed to switch to ATO preferred, which you did hear confirmed from pilot Victor Glover. That mode has been switched. Now getting our first views from one of the solar array wing cameras over the tracking data relay satellites. We are in a night pass, as we are about a little more than 1,300 statute miles above the Earth, just east off the coast of Madagascar. You can see the Perigee raise maneuver from the main engine of the ICPS firing from the solar array wing. Standing by for confirmation of cutoff.
Integrity, good PRM, and 1 minute to TDRS handover.
With the regain of comm, we're starting to get some views aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, voice check on TDRS.
Loud and clear, Stan Hallis.
And we now have you the same. Good to hear your voice.
In the meantime, Mission Specialist Christina Cook working on the activation of some environmental control life support systems and waste management systems. Currently, as teams on the ground analyze some troubleshooting of the activation steps that she was going through, she'll gather some of the backup waste management capabilities that they have aboard Integrity, just as a precaution while the teams assess how to address what was reported down from Mission Specialist Christina Cook on the fault light. At this time, the Flight Dynamics Officer confirms that it was a good burn, so they are on a good trajectory for staying in high Earth orbit for the remainder of this flight day and into next. The high Earth orbit puts them into a 43,730 by 0 statute mile orbit, which orbits the Earth approximately once a day. It's a 23.5-hour orbit.
Checking. For the first time since they arrived in space, you're looking at a live view of the Artemis 2 crew in the Orion spacecraft.
All right, Amy, welcome on board the Integrity Spacecraft. We got, right now, myself and Christina are in seats 1 and 2, getting ready for rendezvous and proxops demonstration. Victor's just finishing up getting out of suits and getting suit drying going, and Jeremy is hard at work in cabin configuration. It was an amazing ride uphill. The views, we've got 2 moon rises that we've had so far, and the views of planet Earth. We've circled it completely, and we forgot how beautiful it is to look down on Earth.
We're hearing some comms from the crew as they're preparing for their proximity operations demonstration. And we have just had, for the first time in over 50 years, humans join the Deep Space Network. Now, we're used to people being on the Near Space Network, the Tracking Data Relay Satellite System with the International Space Station. But again, first time in 50 years that we will have crew traveling far enough to be on that Deep Space Network. This view coming live from Orion, now just 3 hours and 10 minutes since liftoff today from Kennedy Space Center. As you have heard, Mission Control Houston is go for the crew to conduct the proximity operations demonstration. Again, we will see the separation of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage coming up first in just under 12 minutes. Standing by for separation.
Yeah, we have good separation, good motion. We are ATP go.
Confirmation, separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Good motion. Go for 180 pitch, confirmed. Separation confirmed, Houston.
Houston copies.
All right, here comes the pitch rate. I see it. Look at that. Woohoo!
This view inside Orion.
I see the moon in the camera, and now I see ICPS in the docking camera field of view.
Hello.
Okay, waiting for 550. I'm on the THC. There's 550, starting the 19N. 1.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
This is the view from...
Get any sleep?
9. And...
Oh, man.
This is the view arrow. The docking camera is showing the crew inside Orion.
19 ends. Much quieter. Got a little rumble like
no
we're driving on a
disappointment.
road, but much quieter than in the sim. I'm showing about 3 degrees wide on ICPS.
How much sleep did you get?
And it's holding right near the center.
So, this is a replay going on right here, dudes. Let's check up on the schedule here. Where are we? Here we go. So we're coming out of the second sleep window here, guys. Or the first sleep window. I'm going to the Perigee raise burn, and then I'm going back to sleep. I will tell you this right now, and I know people are like, oh, sleep is for the weak. Dude, I did not get enough sleep. I do not feel good. My stomach starts to get really upset when I don't get enough sleep. So I'm going to sleep in the second window as well. and we will resume coverage. Can you explain what PRB is? It's the Perigee raise burn. Perigee is the low point in their orbit. They're going to try to, they want to try to move it up. Oh geez. They want to try to move it up. Increase the height on the Perigee so they can get in the right phase for the TLI burn, the translunar injection. So this is basically an orbit to stage for this part in the timeline on flight day 2, right here. But, like I said, guys, I'm sleeping when the crew sleeps. That's what I'm doing. And I will tell you this right now, I didn't get enough sleep. Yeah, I'm good, but I'm not going to be good for very long. Did they fix the toilet? Yes. Yes, they did. They actually fixed the toilet. They had to unclog it. It got clogged with its own filter. Its own filter. The filter on the ascent, Adam, SLS was so violent that the filter fell into the toilet and clogged it. Yeah. Oops. Whoops. Yep, that's what happened. Hey, Antares, so when is the translunar injection burn? Translunar injection burn, Taurus, is in about 12 hours. It should be about 12 hours from now. So, Orion is in a high point. It's approaching apogee. Here, let me, let me show you guys what's going on. Toilet is working, John. Yep. Morning, everybody. Okay, so when this number starts to go up, that's when they're going to do the Perigee raise maneuver. Orion is way out there in deep space, 43042. That's the furthest humans have been in a very long time. Right now, the crew is sleeping. Look at that shot, man. Oh. All right. Is that timeline tracker public? Yeah, this thing. Revs Up Rays made that. A viewer in chat. Yeah, it's public here. Here, there you go. I'll link it up in both chats. Don't kiss a death his website, please. So, we're over here. After the Perigee raising burn, I'm going to go back to sleep. Right now, we're at mission elapsed time, 12 hours, 2 minutes into a 10-day mission. Did you see the video I sent you last night? Brother, I don't even know what's going on right now. I'm not even sure I know where I'm at. What's up? What did you send me? Oh, yeah, the kid, dude. The kid. Yeah. Did you see that Jared Isaacman replied to that post? There was a kid. So CNN had they were interviewing a kid about the moon, you know, the Artemis program, and they went up to this kid and they go, you know, why get excited? Why get excited about this? Like, well, why did you come here? And he's like, what? Because we're going to the freaking moon? Hello? Like, a kid said that to CNN. That's awesome. You just, wait, what? What are you talking about, dude? Why get excited about that? That's why you get excited about that. And yeah, that thing went viral, and Jared Isaac and then the NASA administrator saw it, and he's like, yeah, I'm getting this kid a bag of NASA swag. That's absolutely happening. Creeper, I did see that. That's pretty funny, dude. That's awesome. You, hey, hire that guy. Get any decent sleep? No, not decent sleep. So, guys, I'm gonna be here through the Perigee raise burn, and then I'm gonna take another sleep, just like with the astronauts. I'm gonna split the sleep schedule. Do you think you sleep better than the crew? No, probably not. Well, they're so far out. Has translunar injection happened? No. This was an insertion orbit. Perigee raise burn is still another 1.5 hours. Yeah, they'll be waking up the crew here in another 20 minutes. Your 7-year-old's been yelling, "To the moon!" for the last 2 days. That's awesome. Telemetry is good. No more issues after reboot. I did hear them when I was trying to get some sleep, Adam. They were talking about the right-hand controller, or the rotational hand controller. But I fell asleep. I didn't hear what they said. Yeah, that also, the shot, bro. They're over 43,000 miles. 43,000 miles up. 68,800 kilometer apogee. All right. Keep the change, you filthy animal. I've got a Slim Jim. It's my breakfast. That was the deal. Sleep when the astronauts sleep. That's right, home planet. Dude, Lewis, Prox Op demo was sick. Lewis, they were moving around Orion, and the RCS was so good, and it was so precise in its movement that Orion's IMUs didn't pick it up. Sub-millimeter. We're talking like, I think they said centimeters a second impulse when the thrusters are on the lowest setting. That's why they needed the ICPS there, so they could judge movement. Because the damn thing was so precise, Orion's guidance system didn't pick it up. Vic did say it was better and more responsive than the simulations, which is just good, man. Yeah, something like that, Adam, yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna have to Slim Jim. I'm gonna have another one. Was there a Canadian on any of the Apollo missions? Jeremy? No, there was not. The Apollo missions were all Americans. Jeremy Hansen has the record for the furthest Canadian. He's the only person that's not American that's ever been out of low Earth orbit, dude. Hey, Beats. Connor, you're on your way to university right now, but I thought I'd pop in to say, wow, what an incredible launch. Amaze. Fist my bump. Statement. They're sleeping right now, Zero. Jeez. Where are all the stars? They're sleeping. Yeah, I wouldn't smoke a Slim Jim. No, I'm just trying to eat my beef jerky, all right? Leave me alone. Guys, you're in this picture. You should wave. Yeah, Adam, I'd be looking out the damn windows. I'd be like looking out the window. I'd be like, look at this. We're in space. This is pretty neat. You know? We need more smoking in mission control? Hell yeah, we do. Orion is, here, let's see if we can see it in the, okay. So, Orion's kind of over the Pacific Ocean, kind of, yeah, it's over the Pacific right now, but it's almost over South America. Where's north? The North Pole would be that way in this shot. The North Pole's over here. Actually, yeah, the way the Terminator line is, yeah, North Pole's up here. Dude, look at that. Look at that damn shot, dude. There's people on this, you know. Do they have external shield in the windows during re-entry? BGL, not really. The windows are facing the wrong way. You don't really need... Like when the capsule re-enters, dude, the heat shield is right here and all the windows are facing that way. So, not really.
This is Mission Control Houston. You are continuing to see live views from the Orion spacecraft's solar array or SAW cameras. The spacecraft has 4 total solar array wings on the service module. Each solar array is made of 3 panels, and the length of each wing is nearly 23 feet, or about 7 meters long. The 4 solar arrays are used to convert light into electricity, and they can turn on 2 axes to remain aligned with the sun for maximum power. And that view that you're currently seeing from those cameras on the solar array wings, looking back at Earth, a little bit of a crescent Earth in that eclipse.
How do you target the moon for landing?
Currently
They're not landing on this
mission. The Orion spacecraft, which is named Integrity, is the Artemis 2 crew. The Artemis 2 crew is comprised of NASA astronaut and commander Reed Wiseman, NASA astronaut and pilot Victor Glover, and then the mission specialists are NASA astronaut Christina Cook and Canadian Space Agency, or CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Artemis 2 is NASA's first crewed test flight in the Artemis program.
They disposed of the stage re-entry.
And that quad of 4 astronauts make up the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. That crew has been asleep for a little over 3.5 hours now, and they will be woken up in about 15 minutes or so to then prepare for the Perigee raise burn, or PRB operations. And that burn is scheduled to take place in about an hour and 20 minutes from now. The Orion spacecraft lifted off atop the SLS, or Space Launch System rocket, from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida yesterday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern. Following launch, the SLS rocket placed the Orion spacecraft into orbit, and the crew completed 2 laps around Earth, checking out the spacecraft while still close to home. Orion then entered a high Earth orbit and separated from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, and completed the proximity operations demonstration by practicing maneuvers that will be essential for...
So, Barrett Crafter, why aren't they landing on the moon? Landers aren't ready. When did they jettison the upper stage? During the rendezvous proximity operations demonstration yesterday. They separated from the stage, Adam, and then they turned around and used Orion to get near it. Back up, get near it again. Turn it, back up, get near it again. Vic manually flew. Victor Glover manually flew the sucker, dude, which is cool. They had the onboard view, and you could see him moving the joysticks around. It was really cool. You could see him flying it. Did they got hot coffee? Yeah, more or less. Bert, what do you got? You think Artemis 2, 3, and 4 are supposed to be prepared for Mars, right? If a trip to the moon takes 4 days, how long will it take for one way to Mars? It really depends on what type of spacecraft you're going to use, Bert. It could be anywhere between 3 and 8 months transfer window. So like 3 to 8 months out there, depending on what type of propulsion you use. And then once you get there, you're there for 26 months. And then it's could be 3 to 8 months back after that. You guys want this one? Cleaner view with less lines, but I don't think this has the audio. Like I said, Rick, depends on what you're using. Flavia, I did see it, yeah. And Deidre's handover. Well, actually, it can't be a Deidre's handover. They're not using Deidre's. They're using the DSN. What do you think of Jared's response to Max saying about the upper state? I can't read. Chris, but declining to confirm past Artemis 5. They don't have the money. Right now, at least. Congress will give them money for Artemis 6 and Artemis 7, 8, 9. And then they'll probably keep using standardized from there. That's my guess, dude. How many reaction control system thrusters on the surface propulsion system? You have 4 blocks of 4. 4 blocks of 4 for translation. 8 blocks of 4 for rotation. Or no, 4 blocks of 4 for translation. 4 blocks of 4 for rotation. And then you have your you have 8 backwards facing thrusters, and then your main propulsion system. I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 32 plus 8, 40 plus the surface propulsion systems, 41 thrusters. And that's just on the service module. There's more on Orion for roll control. Guess what I found yesterday? Barnard, cool dude. Ah, which Barnard? Austin or Joe? Hecky, or Heiki, what Vasi said, about 12 hours from now, 12, 13 hours. No, Dynameme, they're going to do one more orbit around Earth, and then in about 12 hours, they're going to fire that thing. The Surface Propulsion System engine, or SPS. And they're going to send that thing out to, then they're going to send Orion out to the moon. It's going to take 3 days to get out there. What are the little engines for? Precise maneuvers. Jack, yeah, they're for when you don't need the entire engine, you use smaller thrusters. They have big course adjustment here, medium adjustment with these, and then you can activate combinations of these things if you want to go even more granular with your movement. And then there's another set of smaller thrusters that they can use for forward and back translation. So yeah, you can use all the different thrusters in different combinations to get different impulses. So like different types of thrust to weight ratio. And that's basically what Victor was testing yesterday. It's really smart design. You just use, instead of having one big thruster and like being able to throttle it, that's hard to do with reaction control systems. You just put smaller thrusters on it. Something like that one, man, yeah. What's their current perigee? I think it's 160 statute miles right now, or 160 nautical miles, I think. I forget what they're going to push it up to. Something a lot higher than that. We're watching Space Explorer sleep. Missed my bump. Is there some kind of dictionary somewhere that explains all the NASA terms? I don't think there's one, like, definitive place that you can go to, Veronica. You can always ask me.
Towards the moon and set it on its free return trajectory that will ultimately bring the Artemis 2 crew and the Orion spacecraft back to Earth for
like
splashdown.
68,000 kilometers up.
It's only 2 days into the mission. The TLI burn essentially doubles as Orion's deorbit burn.
They're going to push the perigee up to 1,000 miles.
After that
so
TLI burn takes place, there will be 3 smaller outbound trajectory correction burns, or OTC burns, that will use Orion's orbital maneuvering system engine, which you can actually see there on your screen. It's that larger engine in the center of the Orion spacecraft service module.
I'm tired now,
and those views that you're seeing on your screen are live views coming from the solar array wing or SAW cameras on the Orion spacecraft. So again, those smaller outbound trajectory correction burns will use
this is live footage from the capsule
orbital maneuvering system engine over the course of the 3 days following the TLI burn, which is scheduled for flight day 2. And so those correction burns ensure that the spacecraft stays on target for its journey around the moon. And then just before the crew goes to sleep on flight day 5, they will enter the lunar sphere of influence, which is when the pull of the moon's gravity will become stronger than the pull of the Earth's gravity. And then on flight day 6, we will have the lunar flyby.
Yeah, Lewis, that sounds right, dude.
Which is when the crew will go around the far side of the moon and observe with human.
The surface propulsion system, yeah, all these thrusters here are all hypergolic. They're using MMH and NTO.
Mission, and then after they complete.
What were the issues yesterday? The toilet broke, but they fixed it.
Again, we are standing by for that crew wake a couple minutes from now so that they can then begin preparing for that perigee raise burn.
Why have they done multiple burns to transfer to the moon, unlike KSP, where you do one big burn? They don't have a powerful enough upper stage, Jack. You know how I've always been saying, like, for a long time, that SLS needs a better upper stage? There you go. Not sure we'll see that nowadays, but whatever. Tag me with a post on Discord. Bro, please do not make me go chasing posts in Discord and wherever. I am really tired right now. Plight of the interim. It's a good way to say that. What time is it where I am, Barrett? It's 7 o'clock. Pilot, I have gotten about 3 hours of sleep in the past 24. I'm doing okay. Sorry. Hey, program. I think Rook is going to want better quality camera production beyond Artemis 3. I'm pretty sure he wants it. Whether he gets it or not is another story.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Here, drummer, could you permit Jedi again so he can post? Hey, Nader. Thanks for all the effort you put into covering the space rockets at all you demand. Thanks, Nick. I appreciate that. 43-month resub. No problem. It's like, dude, I don't even know what way is up right now. I am tired. Yesterday was a long day. I streamed 17 hours yesterday. And, like, 8 of that was with NASA spaceflight. They're up there, Banana Bean, yeah. You fully recommend your channel to friends all the time. Thanks, Riv. Dude, if I stream 17 hours, I would not be waking up early this early. Yeah, Captain Chaos, that was you look like you need a coffee. I'm not drinking coffee right now. That's the reason why I'm so screwed up. I'm not drinking coffee because I want to. So if we look at, nah, that view sucks. For mission elapsed time, 12 hours, 26 minutes, 45 seconds here. Still in flight day 01 operations. After they go through the perigee raise burn, guys, whenever they give a good call for perigee raise burn, I'm going back to sleep. I'm going back to sleep until mission elapsed time, probably 21, till over here. I'm from Germany. Hello, mein Freund. Wie geht's? Love the content and the dedication, but please keep your health. Yeah, I'm sleeping. Well, my goal right now is to sleep when the astronauts sleep. So they're being woken up pretty much right now. If NASA was cool, like what they did back in the day, they would be streaming the wake-up music. He's like, I slept for 2 hours in my chair. I tried to get some Z's in the shop, dudes, and it didn't really work. It's I mean, it kind of worked. I ended up going down to my bed. Did you make this chart? I didn't. Revs Up Rays made it in chat, Rivian. I can imagine you lying in bed, not wanting to get up, and then FOMO creeps in. I definitely did a when my alarm went off this morning. Flavia, what a good time to be alive. Thanks for all you do. That's a 1-month flight controller resub. Thank you. Are you on the right stream? Well, this is the official broadcast here, Bree. I would assume so. I mean, this view that we're getting is pretty neat.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
One second, dude. Can we see the astronauts, please? I'm not in charge of the cameras, Momo. They won't show them. They won't show them until they're woken up, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, you know? We're at 43,359 miles. What song is this, guys? I don't know. My music taste stops in 2005. Find out in a second, Momo. That was their wake-up music. That's what that was. Nice. That was gross. Passion Pit Sleepyhead cover. Oh.
And this is Mission Control Houston. You just heard the wake up song that was played up to the crew. These songs were selected by the crew. They coordinated with the Capcom or capsule communicators for the Artemis 2 mission to select the songs that will play for each of their wake up periods.
Here we go.
So throughout the mission, every time the crew is woken up, you will hear a little clip of a different song each day. And that tradition of wake-up music does date back all the way to the Apollo era.
Actually, the Gemini era, but that's fine. You would play Planet Caravan. That's what they did during DM2, dude.
Perigee raise burn, or PRB burn. That burn is scheduled to take place in just under an hour from now, about 59 minutes until that burn ignition start.
I haven't seen that, Jack, but that's cool. But that's not live right now, so. Sometimes they do see death. It's up to the astronaut. Gemini missions are when they first started doing that, dude. When is TLI? About 12 hours from now. What would you choose to wake up to? I'm kind of with you. Planet Caravan. Stevie, Planet Caravan. How did you sleep? Terribly. I'm going back to bed after the Perigee raise maneuver. And so are the astronauts, for what it's worth. Fly me to the moon would be good, yeah. Frankenstein. Oh. Red Barchetta by Rush. That'd be a good one. Just woke up, got to get ready for work. What's going on now? They just woke up, the astronauts. They are getting ready for the Apogee raise burn. Or Perigee raise burn, excuse me. Orion's currently 43,381 miles away from Earth. That's about 69,000 kilometers in change, somewhere around there. Current velocity is 2,000 miles an hour. That's 3,200 kilometers an hour. Heaven's on fire. Good call. Morning music would be Rocket Man by Elton John. Yeah, Angok. Mm-hmm. I think we'll get an Apollo-style Easter broadcast from the moon. I don't know. Easter's the one day I'm not going to be here for this whole mission. How difficult are these burns? Like, do they need a lot of prep? Nope. It's just more about doing them on time. The burn itself isn't really difficult. It's timing the burn. That's the hard part, Veronica. And that's why they have the computers and stuff to do it. This burn will not be like Victor isn't going to manually pilot the capsule to do that. The computers, the onboard computers will do it, but they got to make sure it happens on time, or else you'll miss the moon. How far are they out compared to Hubble? Hubble is 270 miles off the surface, dude. They're 43,393 miles off the surface. They're a significant portion higher than Hubble, dude. What's happening? This is the Artemis 2 crew. They're going to fire their engine to adjust their orbit here in probably about an hour. Bark at the moon. You want to wake up to bark at the moon? Okay. That's kind of unhinged, Zero. I'm kind of here for it.
This is Mission Control Houston.
That's correct, yes.
From the Artemis Mission Control Room.
Public service broadcasting. Nice, Garfield.
The crew of the Artemis 2 mission aboard the Orion spacecraft was recently awoken with some wake-up music. They're currently in a brief post-sleep period, and then they will begin preparing for the Perigee raise burn. That Perigee raise burn is scheduled to take place in about 54 minutes from now. There on your screen in the top left, you can see the Artemis real-time orbital website, and this provides the real-time data and telemetry from the Orion spacecraft when we don't have live views outside of the spacecraft itself.
That wasn't me.
The Orion spacecraft following a liftoff on top of the Space Launch System, or SLS, rocket yesterday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern, is now in a high Earth orbit. It is about 43,000 miles away from Earth. For reference, the International Space Station is in low Earth orbit and is typically about 260 statute miles away from Earth at any given time. In the bottom right hand of your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston. Currently on console
in Boston,
here in the Artemis Flight Control Room is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers.
Side of the Eastern time zone.
Similar to the International Space Station Flight Control Room, the Artemis Flight Control Room will be monitored and manned 24/7. There will be 3 orbits of flight controllers for the duration of the Artemis 2 mission. Those 3 shifts are known as orbits. So the Orbit 1 shift came on console following the ascent of the SLS rocket and the Orion spacecraft, and then they handed over to the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers at about 2:30 a.m. Central, 3:30 a.m. Eastern time. And then shortly after the Perigee raise burn or PRB burn is complete, the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers will come on console and take the crew through the remainder of their sleep period before they enter into flight day 2 and prepare for the TLI or translator injection burn, which will send Orion and its crew around the moon and back. Again, we are standing by and preparing for that Perigee raise burn.
This is the working hours. They just had a 4-hour sleep window they just woke up from. And then they do the Perigee raise burn like what? The NASA PAO, that's Leah Cheshire Mustachio. Right there. They do Perigee raise burn. And then you have another open period until mission elapsed time at 21 hours. So we're at Met 12 hours, 41 minutes, 40 seconds into the mission. What are you doing on Easter? Family. I have a party with my family that I'm not missing. I'm cooking. So, man, you had Apogee in mind. You got them twisted. They're not going to slow down much more, dude. They're going about 2,000 miles an hour. It's about 3,200 kilometers an hour. So, yeah, guys, after the Perigee raise burn, I'm going to go back to sleep. I'm going back to sleep, and I'll be back at Met 21. Yeah. Guy in the Space Center played Fortnite. Well, start. Was that you? No. I will or not, yeah. Italian dishes? On Easter? Yes and no. Have they done the lunar burn yet? No, that's about 12 hours away, Ansel. 9 hours until the exercise test. So yeah, guys, we're right here. We're still in flight day 1 technically. Yeah, I streamed this. I streamed from mission elapsed time -7 hours till mission elapsed time like +8 or something. Actually, yeah, it was more like, yeah, somewhere around here. But I was live before Met -7. I was live way before that. We went live yesterday somewhere over here. We did 17 hours straight. When I shut it off at mission elapsed time +7 hours last night, I had been streaming for 17. So yeah, have you slept at all? I got about 3 hours of sleep, dude. What is the DSN for the crew after the Perigee raise burn? DSN stands for Deep Space Network. I'm not 100% sure why it would list DSN there. It's probably, the crew is probably doing something with the Deep Space Network. Emergency Deep Space Network Communications Test. Yeah, so they are using NASA's long-range communications system called the Deep Space Network. Deep Space Network has 3 ground stations around the world. One's in Canberra, Australia. The other's in Goldstone, California. The other one's in Madrid, Spain. So if we look right here, Goldstone 24 is communicating uplink and downlink with Orion with integrity, and then they're using 26 for additional downlink data. They're probably using 26 to get telemetry data. This one is sending and receiving. So Goldstone 24 and Goldstone 26 are both communicating with Orion right now. So that's where, this is a visualization of where Orion is. Relative, we had some, my brain just straight stopped. Holy crap. We had some real-time views a second ago.
That was played up to the crew.
Like that. Which is pretty good. It's pretty awesome. You made the family watch the launch last night. Nice, Ansel. There you go. Hey, Vert, how you doing? How's it going, man? What are the vibes? I'm friggin' tired, dude. I don't know, Nick. I'm too tired to deal with that. Canberra 14 got Artemis 2 as well. Nice. 4.97K subs on the YouTube channel. That's neat, Pat. I'm not really paying attention to it, but that's pretty cool. Yeah. Jump to current position. Yeah, so we're at mission elapsed time. 12 hour, 46 minute, 42 seconds. We're still in flight day 1 here. 19 hours and 46 minutes into the current flight day. Current local time for me is 7:21 a.m. Eastern. Is it the first time NASA is using miles instead of kilometers? No, I'll bet you that, well, not bet you. I know the capsule's in metric. Well, at least some of it is. I think they're using this because they know a lot of Americans are watching, and a lot of Americans don't understand what a kilometer means. And that's fair. Frick kilometers. We don't need you, crappy measuring system. Go away. Go away. Go away. 43,453 miles. What the heck is a kilometer? Hey, Ozzy. Nice all-nighter. Close, dude. Close. Unsub. Nice rage bait. Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to oversell it. I'm just a little tired. How many football fields is that? I you know what? I have no idea. No, they're, for the metric folks, they're almost 70,000 kilometers up right now, which is, that's a long way. The metric system is superior, and you know damn well. Yeah. Yeah, Oliver, of course I know that, but I don't care. That's the difference. You can be like, well, it's logical. And I'm be like, well, I don't care. It's my stream. I can do it. It's my stream. I can do what I want. Yeah, you're not wrong. But also, I see miles an hour over there, bro. I'm just messing, guys. I don't care. If you really want to know, I don't care. I really don't care. It could be miles an hour. It could be kilometers an hour. It could be meters a second. It could be feet per second. I don't care. I know all of them, so it's not really that big of a problem. The heck is an aluminum falcon? Nice. Dude, you didn't sleep enough. Your eyes. I know. I'm going back to bed after the Perigee race maneuver. How far did Jared Isaacman go? About 1,000 miles up. They're 43,000 miles up. Dude, they were higher than Inspiration 4 in the first 10 minutes of the mission. What is 1 mile an hour in lunar speed measuring units? Trick question. Miles an hour are lunar speed measuring units. Boom. Yeah, Flashbang, this is no joke, dude. That's the furthest, right there, dude. That's the furthest humans have been out there in 50 years. Out into the howling dark. Do you know hot dog measurements? I don't. Well, it depends on what kind of Frank we're using, huh? How many glizzies is that? Thanks for the glizzies. Yeah, thanks, Tricky. The heck is an aluminum falcon? What do you mean the rebels blew up the Death Star? Oh, come on. I'll let everybody know about Padamame or Panda Bear. I'll let everybody know what a wimp you were. What's the volume of the capsule in hamsters? About 350. Describe 1 liter of water equals 1 kilogram equals 1,000 centimeters. Bro, I don't care about water. All right, I'm a person. Hey, what's going on, dude? Yeah, Vasi is right. We use kilofeet here, base 10 using feet. We use kilofeet here, and then millifeet, and then centifeet.
This is Mission Control Houston, live from the Artemis Flight Control Room.
That's what we do.
The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently being led by Flight Director Paul Kanya. The Artemis 2 crew aboard the Orion spacecraft named Integrity is currently awake in a post-sleep period, and then they will begin preparing for the Perigee raise burn or PRB operations. In preparation for that burn, again, that burn is scheduled to take place in about 41 minutes. There are going to be some star-fueled maneuvers that take place, and these maneuvers are managed by the GNC, or Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer here in the Artemis Flight Control Room. This console is responsible for managing inertial measuring units, global positioning system receivers, barometric altimeters, and the position, state, and attitude health of the Orion spacecraft. And they are also responsible for commanding attitude maneuvers. On your screen, you are seeing views from the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or AROW, A-R-O-W. And this website is available to the public on nasa.gov, and we will provide views from this data and telemetry site when we don't have live views from the cameras on board the Orion spacecraft. So currently, the Orion spacecraft is about 43,000 miles from Earth. and about 223 miles away from the moon.
223,000.
This is following a launch yesterday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern.
Hands check.
As the spacecraft completes some of those starfield maneuvers in preparation for the Perigee raise burn in about 40 minutes from now, the spacecraft is using its guidance, navigation, and control system to complete those maneuvers, and that system on board Orion is responsible for knowing where the spacecraft is and where it is going, and controls the propulsion system to keep Orion pointed in the proper direction and on the correct trajectory.
It is, Graham.
There are several different guidance, navigation, and control systems.
This is a pretty ballsy mission, and they're, you know what, man? If the toilet is the worst problem here, yeah, Orion's doing quite well. Yeah. Also, I have this here. Ready?
Integrity Houston, toilets powered, waste tank purged.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I have that. We clipped that from yesterday. Here, I'll play it again if you didn't hear it. Ready?
Integrity Houston, toilets powered, waste tank purged.
Please tell me you're going to use that for something. I have plans. I have plans. Don't worry. Any issues remaining? Everything seems to be okay. If there's any issues, they aren't telling us about it. Toilets powered, waste tank purged. NASA needs to sell that to Call of Duty or something. Oh, boy. Did they fix the antenna issue? Yeah, all the telemetry stuff got really synced up by just shutting things off and turning them back on again, Dean. I wish I had a better, more technical answer, but that fixed most of the things. When you ban somebody, was alcohol allowed on the shuttle? No. I mean, maybe for a ceremonial purpose. I know that the Russians up there have some ceremonial vodka on the station, but they don't exactly go around advertising that. Crash test, yeah. You'd be surprised how often that's a thing with spaceflight. You just shut it off, jiggle the handle a little bit. All right. Spaceship is running on solar power. Yeah, internet. Yep.
Houston Integrity, good morning. We are with you for PRB Ops.
And Integrity and Christina, good morning to y'all as well. Things are progressing well with PRB Ops. We can do a quick tag up here shortly once we get our story ready.
Christina Cook communicating with Mission Control there.
That sounds good. In the meantime,
is
none
Phil,
of us
is
have
Phil going
a
right now?
PRB burn pad. Is that expected?
Really? Dude, I'm just gonna call Phil and be like, yo, let's hang out, man.
That is expected. We are in the process of uplinking a burn pad right now, and the burn pad will be labeled with a version 2. I'll let you know when we think it's on board.
Is he streaming, Rick?
Copy.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Orion didn't fly with people on it. It only flew uncrewed. So if they had alcohol, it just brought it up there and brought it back. Gwendol, hey, 100-month resub, man. And Harp, what's up, dude? With a 61-monther in there. Thank you very much.
And this is Mission Control Houston. You just heard a little bit of communication there on the Orion to Earth loop, and that is the voice link between the ground and the Orion spacecraft.
What a G, dude.
So that was NASA astronaut Christina Cook, who is one of the mission specialists aboard the Orion spacecraft. Again, there are 4 crew members currently living and working on the Orion spacecraft as part of the Artemis.
They didn't do the PAO event last night, Miller, but they tested the 4K camera and downlink. That's what we saw. Yeah, no PAO, no full public affairs officers event, which kind of is annoying, but whatever.
And the ground.
Which moon landing spot do you think they'll choose for Artemis? They're targeting the South Pole, Adam. My guess would be what's it called? Shackleton Crater, or guys, what's the name of the thing that has massive in the name? I can't remember. My recall is terrible right now because I'm half asleep.
Again, that PRB or Perigee raise burn is scheduled to take place in about 34 minutes. And coming up here shortly, the mission control team here in Houston will do their go, no-go poll for that PRB burn.
Massive. That's what it's called. Sorry. It took a second. They fixed the toilet, Miller. Yeah, toilet is fixed. Actually, most things are fixed, dude. This mission's going really smooth. I don't want to jinx anything, but yeah, it's going good. Yeah, DH, I got you. Thanks, Moon. Yeah, the antenna issue, everything is working well. They fixed the antenna issue by turning stuff off and flipping it back on. I'm not even kidding. So, I actually learned, guys, that Orion's toilet is in the floor. It's down here somewhere. It's like it's in the floor. Like you have to open. But since there's no up, down, left, right in space, it's not the floor. It'd be the floor if the capsule was on the ground. But in space, it's just another room to get to. You got to remember, like in space, if you ever, say you have like this office that I'm in is a cube, right? Or like a three-dimensional rectangle. Everything is the floor. Everything is the floor because you can just walk wherever. Well, you can't walk wherever. You can float to whatever. Yeah, the toilet's down here. It's actually in the floor of the vehicle. I didn't know that. I thought it was like on the sides. No, it's in the floor.
It's not blowing as hard.
Can I rewind that?
Yes, it is very cold in the cabin. Any chance you can make it warmer or reduce the cabin fan speed a bit more so the ventilation is not blowing as hard?
Yeah, Christina, understand. While y'all were asleep, we did turn one of our knobs that we have, and that was the rad loop set points. And we saw a very small increase in the temperature. And so we're going to take a look at some of these shell heaters, and we'll let you know when we start putting some of that in work, and we can see if that affects the temperature in a positive way.
Yeah, Silent Garden, yeah. There's a whole room in the floor. Hey, Alvin.
Also, Christina, when y'all get a chance up there, we'd appreciate an AGA reading.
I don't know what AGA is.
Copy, we'll get on that now. Speaking of post-sleep duties, we did check the avatar lights. It was 8 LEDs on in the top row, 7 in the bottom.
Integrity, Huntsville on Orion to Earth 1, we copy for Avatar. That's a good config. Thanks.
Anomalous gas analyzer. Thank you, Orion.
And Integrity Houston, the burn pad
Copy, and hello, Huntsville.
The burn pad is now available on the PCDs. Should be version 2. And we'll be ready for a conference whenever you are.
We see it, and give us a few.
What's the next maneuver they're going to perform? They're going to raise Perigee, or the low point in their orbit right now. That's the next burn. It's called the PRB, or Perigee raise burn, J-Blaze. That's going to happen here shortly. Hey, Wolfman, what's up, dude?
This is Mission Control Houston, and you just heard quite a bit of communication between NASA astronaut Christina Cook on board the Orion spacecraft and the Capcom, or capsule communicator, here in Mission Control Houston. also heard a little bit of communication with one of the flight controllers at the Huntsville Mission Control Center, and that is in Huntsville, Alabama. That is the Payload Operations Integration Center, and they're typically responsible for managing science payloads. They were talking briefly about the Avatar, and that is a science investigation that is flying as part of the Artemis 2 mission. Avatar stands for a Virtual Astronaut Tissue Analog Response, and this investigation will use organ-on-a-chip devices, or organ chips, to study the effects of increased radiation and microgravity on human health. Currently, the team here in Mission Control Houston continues to prepare for the Perigee raise burn scheduled to take place in about 29 minutes from now. The final targeting for that burn is currently underway.
Ready for the conference. Also, are we go to start our targeting, our final targeting at this time?
All right, Christina, for final targeting, that has just been completed. We had it automated on board. We're taking a look at the results, and the results are good. As for the burn conference, I have no comments for y'all. You do see the yellows on the burn pad, but that was just a delta from version 1, which y'all don't have, so you can disregard the color coding.
Okay, great. We just saw that final targeting come in as well, and the UTC of ground generation in the files we have is April 2, 26, time 10:20.
Hey, Jose. What's up, man? Everything's good.
That's the correct version.
Excellent. Anything else for us in the burn conference?
Bleaks, there's a shot in Mission Control that shows the orbital path. I wish they would show it too.
And nothing else from us, Christina.
Three days to get out there.
All right, with that, we will continue executing.
Yeah, Jose, it's about 3 days to get out there, but they need to do the TLI burn, which is, like I said, about 10 hours from now, give or take, 10, 11 hours from now. It's a little bit later tonight.
And this is Mission Control Houston. That conversation there, again, between NASA astronaut Christina Cook and the Capcom, or capsule communicator here in Michigan.
How are they protected from the radiation, Jaren? The spacecraft's made out of aluminum. Aluminum bounces most radiation. It still doesn't bounce gamma and X-rays, so you got to take that into account. So they are monitoring the solar flare, the sun solar activity, to make sure that they don't get blasted by radiation. But even if they do, they have ways to make a radiation shelter inside of the capsule if they need to.
Scheduled to take place
in
about
tube.
27 minutes from now.
To tell you what the frick you can do with an aluminum tube? How are they getting past the firmament? Well, they went to your mom's house first and asked her for permission. Wolfman. They were like, hey,
Integrity
this is
Huntsville
Wolf.
on Orion to Earth 1 for Avatar.
Not like this.
Go ahead for Avatar.
Sorry, man.
Integrity, just wanted to get some clarity on which LED was not illuminated. There should be a number underneath or above the LED. Just need to get the number of that LED that is not illuminated.
That's something weird with the console there. This looks like SGI to you? How about that one? That picture look fake? You're gonna say yes anyway, but piss off. That's a real picture. Dude, I'm so tired. I'm not having none of that, man. I'm not having none of that today. No, absolutely not. I'm sorry, man. No, absolutely not. It's real because it's real. That's right. Right.
Again, you are hearing some additional communication between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. That Orion spacecraft was named Integrity by the crew, so you will often hear the team.
Wouldn't they show the inside of the capsule? How well, you know, I wouldn't want like millions of people watching me sleep. They shut the internal cameras off during the sleeping periods. We actually, during yesterday's stream, during the rendezvous proximity operations, we were watching. They had onboard cameras, and we were actually watching Victor Glover, who's the pilot on this mission. We were watching him work the controls. It was sick. It was awesome. They're coming out of a sleeping period, so you have to reconfigure the capsule. And when I say reconfigure the capsule, you got to put your bed away. There's not enough room to have a dedicated bedroom on this thing. So you know what they do? They have sleeping bags, and they Velcro the sleeping bags to the wall of the capsule, and they just kind of sit there and float when you sleep. Like, dude, like 100% transparency, that is weird. It's weird seeing people sleep in space. It looks like something out of a horror movie. I'm not even kidding, because people are sitting there going, like, so they don't show it. they don't show it, bro. Like, because it's like creepy. I'm telling you, it is just weird. Like, I'm already weird. I already make weird noises when I sleep anyway. Like, I don't need to be like, you know, in space. Like, it's strange. So they don't really show it out of like kind of professional dignity for the astronauts. So I'm sure during the Perigee raise burn, they'll probably flip the onboard cameras back on. Oh, hey, there's the shot of the orbits, guys. Orion is out at apogee. It's at its highest point right now. That's actually super cool. They're going to do the Perigee raise burn. So if Orion's going to face this way, it's going to face where my mouse cursor is. It's going to fire the engine that way. Doing that will take this part of the orbit and actually raise it this way. This is where your Perigee is. They're actually suborbital, if I saw that correctly. Oh,
period for today was actually split into two parts, about 4 hours for each part of their sleep period, in order to complete the Perigee raise burn that is scheduled for about 22 minutes from now.
Yeah, Captain Chaos. So they're in a very, very... Here, I'm going to go back to that real quick. Like... No. Come on. Yeah, so, okay. This is your overlaid ground track down here. This is showing your terminator right here. That's your terminator line. So that's this weird line that goes down and then goes up like this. That's the terminator. That's showing where the sun is, where the sun is shining on Earth. The reason why it's weird looking is because you're overlaying three-dimensional light on a sphere, on an oblate spheroid on a two-dimensional plane. The white right there represents the track. Right now, Orion is somewhere out between Hawaii and California, out over the Pacific. Now, Earth is going to spin a lot faster than Orion, like for Orion to be able to traverse. But you can see right here where its orbit is going, right? And then you see how it kind of stops right there and it kind of changes direction. What you're looking at is here, right here. So they're gonna, that right here is this part of the orbit right there. So, just on a quick side note here, the other thing that this showing is MAD 54 and CAN 34. That's Madrid and Canberra. And then there's Goldstone over here. That's the Deep Space Network. Those are the Deep Space Network tracking station locations. So Orion is in this is called an extremely eccentric orbit with your apogee, your highest point, in high Earth orbit, and your perigee in low Earth orbit. High Earth orbit is anything out past 23,000 miles. They're higher than that. they're way higher than that. They're in high Earth orbit. MEO is anything from 12,000 miles to 23,000 miles. And then lower Earth orbit, I mean, MEO is kind of a little bit, MEO's like right here, about from here to about here. High Earth orbit is from here over, and then low Earth orbit is from here down. If I'm gonna say that right. But anyway, this is an eccentric orbit, and what they're gonna do is they're gonna burn posigrade or prograde right here. Orion's gonna burn that way, and burning posigrade at apogee in an orbit will raise your perigee, the low point. No, Apollo did not use a trajectory like this, Dead Scum. No, absolutely not. Yeah, this is a little bit different. This is the reason why this is not exactly like Apollo is because this is a test flight. Repost, is the radiation in space just an increased cancer risk, or is it actually dangerous, and can you get acute radiation sickness? If you flew through the magnetic field, you could probably get that. But yeah, increased cancer risk the way that they fly. The trajectory that they're flying went over the Van Allen belts. They flew around them. Hey, Ryan, good morning. Get enough sleep? No. No, I did not.
Lift off yesterday.
I'm superbly tired. I am going back to bed after the Perigee raise burn, Ryan. Thank you for the bits, man.
Orion spacecraft lifted off atop that SLS or space launch.
SpaceX is live. SpaceX is live. They got to do it during the Perigee raise burn.
Liftoff. 13 hours and 14 minutes ago. The crew has completed a proximity operation.
Oh yeah, let's see.
After the ICPS or interim cryogenic propulsion system separated from the Orion spacecraft. The crew
that's mint.
Spacecraft used the ICPS as a docking target to practice those manual maneuvers, and then a little bit after that was completed.
Holy crap, dude!
Sleep period, again about a 4-hour.
That's super nice, Mutter. I like that a lot. Thank you for showing me that. Yeah, there you go. There's their eccentric orbit, and the moon's out there. So this is where they're going. They're going to come through here. A little later tonight, about 11 hours from now, they're going to do translunar injection, and then it's a 3-day coast out to the moon, and then 3 days back. Yeah. This is what I mean about shooting the moon. You got to make sure the moon's in the right place. So the moon's going to be moving this way, and they're going to time it so by the time they get out to this point, the moon will be there. You're aiming a target. You're leading a target that's 223,000 miles away. Yeah, that's a hell of a gun sight lead, but that's how spaceflight works, dudes. You gotta lead the shot, or else you're gonna miss. And if you miss the moon, you're not coming back. Thanks for showing me that, Mutter. That's really useful, actually. Thank you, Sir Isaac Newton. Good old Kentucky windage on that shot. 4 minutes until the Starlink launch. All right. You guys are going to bug me until we watch that. So let me reconfigure here. I can double box it. There we go. And then I should be able to switch. Visualization's all screwed up.
H1 lock photo is complete.
This is Mission Control Houston as the Orion spacecraft and its crew, along with the team here in Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis flight control room, continue to prepare for the upcoming Perigee raise burn, slated to take place in about 15 minutes from now. The solar array wings on the Orion spacecraft, or the SAW, are now in position for that burn. The Orion spacecraft has 4 total.
Is that literal? If you miss the moon, you're not coming back? Yeah. If you have enough energy to try and lead the target and you miss, you're going to get shot into a solar orbit. Either you're going to grav assist off the moon, you're going to use the lunar gravity to accelerate. And if you do that, you're going to accelerate past Earth's escape velocity. And then you're stuck in heliocentric. You're not coming back. You won't have enough fuel to hit the brakes and have Earth pull you back in. And if Earth won't pull you back in, the sun pulls you back into its orbit. Yeah, that's bad. This is a rite of passage for every Kerbal player, dude. I've done that in KSP, not in real life. All right, so on the main screen here, we got Falcon 9. This is Falcon 9 Starlink 1058. Here, booster 1085 is the first stage that's flying today. That's its 15th flight. This is launching out of Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So just a little bit south of where we watched Artemis 2 launch yesterday. And I guarantee you nobody is watching this because everyone's asleep. This is SpaceX's 41st mission of 2026 and their 624th Falcon 9 mission.
Launch director, go for launch.
LD reports go. There's a big Libra crane, Libra lattice crane over there. See that?
T-minus 30 seconds.
Yeah, Bree, it keeps flashing a warning because it's a pile of crap. Don't worry about it.
T-minus 15 seconds.
Yep, we got a Falcon 9 launching right now while Orion's just chilling.
9, 8.
Pad deluge is on. 6, sound suppressor
5,
is on.
4, 3.
Engine ignition.
2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Go, Falcon. Go, Starlink.
There it goes. Starlink 1058. Also, beautiful new shot from Space Launch Complex 40. I haven't seen that camera before. There we go. We got a liftoff. Another rocket's going. Well, Orion's sitting 43,500 miles up. Not bad, right? This is the 2026 I want to live in. This is pretty sick, dude. Like, this is part of the timeline that went right. SpaceX's 41st launch of 2026, Flykin, yes.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Okay, good call on power and telemetry. You should get a call for supersonic here. Forgive me if I'm slurring my words. I haven't slept. Oh, it was a little bit, but it wasn't good sleep. For the actual science numbers, kilometers an hour aren't scientific. What are you talking about? Meters a second is what you want for spacecraft, dude. One sleep. After the Perigee raise burn, Dean, I'm going back to bed. What a shot. 1 minute. 20 seconds into the flight. Everything looking good. Sizap gifted a sub to Chubby Chernobyl for the coffee fun. Thank you.
AVAC chill has started.
Second stage thermal conditioning has started. 1 minute 40 seconds. Everything looking good. Falcon 9 now traveling at 3,500 kilometers an hour, 27 kilometers in altitude. No suit today? No. I put on my suit when the Artemis 2 astronauts have their suits on. They do not have their suits on right now. Okay, another 20 seconds here. You'll see the 9 engines in the first stage shut down. You'll get a stage separation, or main engine cutoff, stage separation, and then upper stage ignition.
Makeup.
There's main engine cutoff, stage separation.
Separation confirmed.
Okay, stand by for upper stage ignition.
Back startup.
Okay, first stage is going to coast there. Hey, Gil, you look tired but motivated.
Separation confirmed.
The mind is willing, but the body is weak and spongy. It's the best I can do. Fairing separation confirmed. SpaceX will grab those fairings. They actually parachute the fairings back down to reuse them. Yeah, Mad Cobra, the fairings are recovered. Tip, thank God you don't have any meetings today. I'm about to bring your kids to school and take a fat nap, dude. Yeah, no, you were up with me the whole freaking day, dude. I don't blame you, man. Drop the kiddos off and go back to sleep. That's what I'm doing after the Perigee rays burn. I'm willing to bet that SpaceX's cameras on 39A and 40 had great views of the SLS launch. Yeah, probably, dude. Yeah, man. What's the fairing cost they save? They don't save much money per fairing reuse, the fairings aren't really that expensive. They're about $5 million a pop. And I know that sounds ridiculous. Falcon 9 is $60 million. So $5 million compared to $60 million is not that much, right? That's not that expensive. So why do they reuse them? They reuse them because they take a long time to make. Fairings are a bottleneck item because they have to, in order to manufacture the fairing, the type of fairing that Falcon 9 uses, which is carbon fiber and aluminum, you have to get the carbon fiber to bond to the aluminum. And the only way to do that is to put the fairing into a easy bake oven that's the size that you could drive a semi-truck into. I'm not kidding. That's my alarm. They have a SpaceX at their Hawthorne facility has it's called an autoclave. So it's not an easy bake oven. It's basically a pressure cooker. It's a pressure cooker that you could drive a school bus into. And you need that to bake the fairings. Yes, I said that you have to bake the fairings for like 2 weeks. It takes a long time for them to make. If it takes 2 weeks to make one fairing half, dudes, how are you going to support a sub 2 day launch cadence, right? So reusing the fairings makes a lot of sense. Not because they save money on them. It's because they take a long time to make. They're hard to manufacture. Fun fact, that's the exact reason why the Space Shuttle reused its solid rocket motors and why SLS doesn't. Space Shuttle was supposed to do it. Space Shuttle, they wanted to launch it every week. You're going to launch it every week. You're going to need a lot of solid rocket boosters. Ding, fairings done. Yeah, right. Still impressive how quick they make those second stages. SpaceX is turning out a second stage like every 2 to 3 days. Yeah, it's ridiculous, Thomas. Yeah.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
Okay, supersonic retro propulsion. There it is. That's my favorite part. Falcon 9's slowing it. The first stage is slowing itself down, but it's also protecting itself. It's flying through because it's flying through its own exhaust. It's actually keeping the booster cool. So no reentry plasma builds up and melts the booster.
Stage 1 entry burn.
They push it away with the engine exhaust. Yeah, the engine exhaust is the heat shield. It's pretty cool, right? That's my favorite part, dude. That never gets old. It's like screaming shake and bake at the top of your lungs. Shake and bake! You can say that 1,000 times, man. It'd still be cool. Yep, now the grid fins are going to be steering Falcon 9 as it gets lower into the atmosphere. Looks a little cloudy out on the Atlantic today, but yeah, nothing too bad. Do you think Stoke will figure out SSRP for the second stage? They shouldn't have to with the Andromeda engine, Dean. They shouldn't have to do it, but I mean, I'm sure it would help. There we go, getting back down into the atmosphere. Falcon 9 is
Stage 1 transonic.
It was about 5 miles up. So under 30,000 feet here. Stage 1 is transonic, so speeds below 700 miles an hour, give or take. Mach speed changes with humidity and temperature. Meanwhile, the second stage looking really good there. Crossing 21,900 kilometers an hour, 146 kilometer in altitude.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Stage 1 started the landing burn. Grid fins steering booster 1085 out over. Just read the instructions here. Falcon 9's popping through the clouds there. 500 meters off the deck.
Stage 1 landing leg deployed.
Landing leg deployed. Grid fins locked. Falcon 9's on thrust vector control. And a very smooth touchdown. Very smooth touchdown for 1085, completing its 15th flight. That was real smooth, dude. 1085 just greased that landing. That was beautiful. That was like watching a knife through butter. See that? It was just, boop, right down.
Seco.
I thought they were using film cooling with the Ring of Engines. Dean, you know what? This is like one of the only times I'm ever going to say this, dude. I'm too tired. I am too tired. I don't remember the intricacies of the Andromeda engine, dude. I know it has a power pack and they circulate propellants through the heat shield. I don't know. I'd have to go look. Brother, give me another loud. Give me another 5 hours. Or let me come back from the second sleep thing and then we'll talk more, okay? It's very, very rare that I will be like, no, I don't, no. You thought it did this, I thought it did that. I don't know, man. We'll figure it out later, okay? We'll figure it out later. Leave me alone. That is, I never say that. That's how tired I am, dude. I never say stuff like that. All right, Beating. Yep. Crew's still sleeping. No, the crew's up right now. Did you sleep? I got like maybe 2 to 3 hours of sleep, Lunprod. Would the crew have been able to see the SpaceX launch? No. How did the fairing survive re-entry without a heat shield? They're super light, Nader. So, a fairing can survive. They do have a little bit of a thermal protection system up on the nose of the fairing. But a fairing can survive coming back down from that altitude for the same reason why if you were like at the top of the Empire State Building and you had a rock and a piece of paper and you dropped both of them, the rock would hit the ground and shatter into a bajillion pieces and the piece of paper would just... Fairings are really light. They have a very low ballistic coefficient and a very high coefficient of drag. So, long story short, for their size, it's absurdly light and it just slows itself down. Just slows it down. It slows itself down, homie. That's it. It's like dropping a paper off. It's like dropping a piece of paper off the top of a building. It'll just... Check the Orion live views stream. Okay. Phil is up. What a beast, man. NASA. Live views from Orion. Yep, don't hate that. There's the moon out there.
And this is Mission Control Houston. We are about 1 minute out from the Perigee raise burn. Again, that burn expected to last
it gets
about
plasma
a minute,
heating, but it
and
just
that burn will
it decelerates really quickly.
Perigee, or
like I
the
said, they
highest
do
point
get scorched
of
up
Orion's
just a little bit.
orbit.
There's the moon. We'll be out there sooner rather than later. You've been streaming for a day.
The burn will adjust Orion's perigee, or the lowest point of its orbit, into the correct orbital geometry to set it up for its translator injection, or TLI burn. Again, that TLI burn is planned for flight day 2.
After the Perigee raise burn is completed in just a few moments, the crew will then step in to perform a brief checkout of their emergency communication system on the deep space network.
Seconds. Holy crap!
After that checkout is complete, they will then prepare for their sleep period, which will then last about another 4 hours.
The longest stream I've ever done, guys, without sleeping is 29 hours and 29 minutes.
And that Perigee raise burn is now underway.
That was with no sleep. We are going to exceed that this time around, but I did get some sleep. I got about, like I said, I got about 3 hours of sleep, and I'm going back to sleep here in a moment.
And there on your screen, you can see the 8 Pulsex engines on the Orion spacecraft. Now this is a visualization of the Orion spacecraft, as we don't currently have live views from the spacecraft itself, but this uses the data and telemetry from the spacecraft.
Sure about that?
Again, this Perigee raise burn expected to last about a minute. Currently, everything is proceeding as planned.
What game is this?
And we do have confirmation that that burn is complete. It was a good burn.
We're tracking a good burn.
All right, let's check the...
And we see the same, and with a bonus trim burn.
Okay.
And you just heard confirmation from NASA astronaut Christina Cook and the Commer capsule communicator here on the ground in Mission Control, Houston.
That was not TLI.
That we did have a good Perigee raise burn. That burn lasted about 50 seconds using the 8 Pulsex engines on the Orion spacecraft service module.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Perigee is raised. Sick burn, bro. There's a live onboard of Orion with the moon in the background.
And there on your screen, you are seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft from one of its solar array wing cameras. And you can also see
the camera's facing like this. See how the moon's behind Orion in this shot? Come on. See it over there? This camera is facing like this. See the moon's behind it? Just like that. It's pretty good.
And there in the distance, now just going off of the screen, we did see a distant view of the moon following that Perigee raise burn coming from that solar array wing camera. Again, the Orion spacecraft is currently about 220,000.
Readings when you're ready.
And good morning, Victor. We'll take those readings.
Good morning, Mike. You have CO2 2.8. O2 19.0.
Yeah, they like doing that, Smurfs.
0.1 degrees.
We're looking at one of Orion's solar panels reads.
PSI.
They're on the DSN. They're double the distance up of Tidris right now.
All right, Victor, we copy all. Really appreciate it.
How long do the astronauts get to sleep? So, they... On flight day 1, guys, we have a split. There's a split sleep schedule, which is why I'm like, right now. I slept for about 3 hours here, and my sleep schedule is when the astronauts sleep. So far, nothing wrong. Well, the toilet had a problem, Garden Sound, but yeah, other than that, pretty damn smooth thus far with the mission. But the mission is still young, my friend. We're currently sitting at the mission elapsed time, 13 hours, 37 minutes, 55 seconds. We're still in flight day 1. And the crew's completed the Perigee raising burn. Perigee raising burn is putting Orion into the correct type of orbit to be able to shoot the moon in about 10 hours from now. Orion's up here. It's in kind of like a high Earth orbit. And what it's going to do, see, they just did the Perigee raise burn. What it's going to do is it's going to fly down here, and it's going to whip through Perigee, and when it's going the fastest, they're going to fire the engine on top of that, and then they're going to shoot the moon. That's happening a little bit later tonight. Orion's up here, and it's going to take about 10 hours to get down there. Yeah, they're going to be Earth affecting for the nerds. How close to Earth will it come? I do believe that they boosted their Perigee to about 1,000 nautical miles. So that's about 1,600 kilometers. Are you from Boston? Oh, yeah, dude. I got my frickin' Duncan over here, guy. Does that answer your frickin' question? Yeah, man. Gravity slingshot, Solera. Yeah, kind of like that, dude. I bleed medium regular, dude. Yep. Yeah, man. Yeah, Gabs. I'm down on the South Shore. Excuse me. I'm down on the South Shore. All right. I'm almost to the bridges. Basically, freaking Cape Cod, dude. That's too much Boston for me. Good night. All right, get the frick out of here. All right. See, I'm the guy who does a good job. You must be the other guy predominant. Go leave. Yep. Go Blackhawks. Ew. Gross. Loving the Grant's haircut. Yeah, man. Hi, Flo. You spent 4 days working at MIT. That was enough? Oh, come on. Nobody in Cambridge talks like that. Come on now. I don't know what that means, predominant. But no. How do you like them capsules? I got an Artemis. How do you like them capsules? Nobody in Cambridge. Yeah, everyone in Cambridge talks like this. Yes, I'm gonna go over to Boston Harbor and enjoy a show at the theater. That's how people in Cambridge talk, right? Yeah, right. There you go. Yeah, you get outside of Cambridge, you get outside of the city. That's when you start hearing it. Oh yeah. How many Artemises does it take to make an Apollo? At least 3. It made me cough wicked bad, dude. In Cambridge, yes, quite. Yes, I'm going to take the Red Line over to Fenway Park, and I'm going to watch a sporting event there. No, it's not the Red Sox. They're doing a Quidditch tournament.
And this is Mission Control Houston. The crew is now stepping into their
people from Cambridge,
emergency
probably.
communications checkout using the Deep Space Network. The Deep Space Network is...
We're picking up in step 4 of EMERCOM checkout on antenna. Well, we'll get to antenna 3 in a second.
Houston copies.
Again, this is Mission Control Houston. That communication there between NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control Houston discussing the emergency communications checkout that is currently taking place. Again, that emergency communications checkout is being done connected to the Deep Space Network. The Deep Space Network is NASA's international
it's doing the
array
Orion
of giant
dance.
radio antennas that support interplanetary spacecraft missions,
Look at the solar panels.
plus a few that orbit Earth. And
Toilet
this
works, SVO,
Deep Space Network
They
also
shut it off
provides
and turn it
radar
back on.
and radio astronomy observations that improve our understanding of the solar system and the larger universe.
Okay, Nighthawk. They rebooted the toilet. You think I'm kidding? No, what happened was during ascent, a filter became mislodged and got
emergency
jammed.
communications,
It clogged the
check out
toilet
the
before
crew
anybody went to the
perform
bathroom
various
in it.
voice tests of
They had to
the emergency
take it apart
communication system using the Deep Space Network.
and put it
This
back
checkout
together,
is
turn it off, turn it
being
back
done
on.
to ensure that if the Orion spacecraft was
And it gave us this gem of a sound bite here. Hold on. Here.
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
That's good. That's good. I like that.
injection or TLI burn slated for tomorrow. There were some additional checkouts of the spacecraft completed prior to their initial period earlier today. They tested out some of the cabin configurations, the environmental control life support systems, and some of those checkouts will continue to the flight day 2 ahead of that translator injection burn, just to ensure that the spacecraft is in a good and steady state ahead of its outbound trip to the moon.
Oh, I don't know when that happened, Kolkata. Yesterday was a blur to me, dude. EJ, it's me, Wolf. Remember me? We went to kindergarten together. No, I don't. I need that soundbite. I'll try to find it. What this one?
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
Toilets powered, waste tank purged. Hey, Mr. TT, what's up? The Perigee was low. Did they raise the Perigee to avoid a collision with satellites that are in a usual altitude? Oh, yeah, it's way above that, dude. It's like 1,600 kilometers. I don't know the exact number, but it's up there, dude. I wouldn't worry about it. Yellow Jacket, you need permit from a moderator here. Or Nightbot's being a piece of crap. Drummer, just repost the link. Can you share the link of the Orion path for the Artemis mission? It's here. So you got to go to this, and then you got to hit mission view. Okay? There you go. In the chat. Oh, thank you. I was worried about collision. My name, Mr. TT, was taken, by the way. Okay. All right, guys. So we are in the timeline tracker. They're in DSN communications right now. They're hailing the Deep Space Network from Orion Integrity. They're doing it. They're not doing it on the main channel, but that it's just an emergency communications test to make sure that they can communicate through the DSN. You can actually go over to Deep Space Network now, DSN now, and you could see that Goldstone, Artemis 2 on dish 24, and Artemis 2 on dish 26, and Canberra 34 behind me right here. No, there's not smoke coming off the top of my head. See, Canberra 34 is communicating with Artemis 2. So we got Canberra 34 uplink and downlink. You got Goldstone 24 uplink and downlink, and then you have Goldstone 26 just for the downlink. So we've gotten past the Perigee raise burn here, and if we go back over into the timeline tracker, we're entering another sleep schedule here. DSN 24 is showing emergency comm downlink test in progress at 10.24 kilobits a second. Canberra is calibrating, no AOS on Orion yet.
Houston, integrity end of line, comm checks.
Okay, that's not what that says, but all right. They fly five astronauts on Orion if they wanted. I don't know. I mean, maybe they could reconfigure it, RJ. I just don't know enough about the spacecraft. I don't know why. What's the point of that question?
Integrity Houston, I'm calling on OE. And I heard your call down on EMERCOM. We're still configuring uplink. I'm going to attempt to call on EMERCOM on uplink here shortly.
Okay, we are in instruction 26. Do you want us to hold here and leave EMERCOM on? Do not execute 26.
Hold on.
Yes, let's stay here, please. Let's stay here, please.
Hey, Mike, we have you loud and clear on EMERCOM as well.
Emergency communications. They're doing an emergency communications test right now using the Deep Space Network.
This is Mission Control Houston, the crew and the team here at Mission Control Houston.
Houston, we have you loud and clear.
That's a great picture, Pwn Sister. Very nice.
Okay, copy that. Okay, we're picking up in step 8 of EMERCOM, powering off emergency comm radio.
Lemon, have they done TLI yet? TLI is in 12 hours. Or 10 hours.
This is Mission Control Houston. The crew here on the ground, along with the Artemis 2 crew on board the Orion spacecraft, just completed their EMERCOM or emergency communications checkout using the Deep Space Network, and that checkout was successful on both ends. Again, this is just part of a series of checkouts of various different systems on board the Orion spacecraft ahead of the translunar injection burn. That TLI burn is slated to take place in about 12 hours from now, and that burn will send Orion and its crew outbound toward the moon and back.
Thanks, Melon. Yeah, that's probably what
now that the emergency communications checkout is complete, the crew will deconfigure that setup, and then they will step into their pre-sleep period before going to sleep for about 4 more hours. Again, their sleep period today was split into 2 4-hour blocks due to the Perigee raise burn.
Okay, fellas, they're getting into pre-sleep. DSN communication is nominal, so let's go back over and look at the schedule here. So they're getting into the pre-sleep period and then full sleep period for 4.5 hours. And when they wake up, we'll be in flight day 2, or FD02 here. The timeline will be down here somewhere. So in the pre-sleep period here at mission elapsed time plus 20 hours, I will be back. So that's about 6 hours from now, give or take. Is this timeline based on launch? Yes. Mission elapsed time. Yeah, that's what these numbers are. This isn't something like Wumbo Eastern time or something. This is time. They're using the launch as your time indicator here. So let's see. I'll come on back here at probably mission elapsed time about 19. So we're at 14 right now, so that's about 5 hours. Go to bed right meow. And so it's 8:30. Let me just go over here. Crew sleep resumes. Crew wake up, flight day 2. I'll see you guys at 1. Yeah, about 1:30 Eastern. Yeah, I'll see you guys at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Cool. Let me bring back up the live views and the live communication. And yeah, I'm going to go get a little bit more sleep.
All right, Reed, thanks for the report. And my last one is actually more of a comment than a question. I know we were having a little trouble with the handheld mics and y'all's volume coming down to us. Just wanted to be clear how the mic is set up. It sort of has a front and a back. They look the same, but the microphone side, just under the top of the mic, will have a little black raised nub that you can feel and maybe particularly see. That is the microphone side of the mic. You flip it over 180, it looks the same, but that is the noise canceling side of the mic. So just ensure that you're talking into that side for that.
And that is a great note. We've adjusted by how we hold the mic. I do confirm we are speaking into the mic side. And how has the volume been on this operation? Adjusted by how we hold the mic. I do confirm we are speaking into the mic side. And how has the volume been on this operation?